Yes. We good? Are we good? Looks like we're live across the board. Oh, man. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? It's Friday. It's the weekend, or it's not. It's one of them. It's one of them, baby. Interesting title. Can't wait for the tea. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm still waking up. I know I have to be spicy today at one point, so I have to make sure that I'm awake enough to be spicy. Halo music slaps. Best main theme in all video games ever. Never. Not even a single game that's even close. Especially when those strings come in. Is there a single Concord character you see as redeemable? I don't remember any of the names of the characters. There was like the main group leader. Like, I think her design was fine. I didn't see any problem with her design. It was just really weird that they made like that they just made every character so unattractive. And it's not even from like a oh, they need to be hot. Like, that's not what it is. I mean, I'm talking about like just like visually appealing to look at, interesting. But like, their designs were never interesting. They were just bad. Get you every time. Every time. Love your vids, man. Super informative. You've helped me get back on the content creation horse. Good for you. Just be ready for the you know, like, you know, one of the things that I'll say is this. It's one of the things that I don't think anybody really puts a lot of thought into before they get into like content creation and stuff like that. Is I'm gonna change tracks real quick. Yeah, this is fun. So it's one of the things that I think a lot of people don't really realize is they don't really put a lot of time or thought into the whole, like, the negative aspects that end up coming alongside it. And, you know, like, my nephew really wanted to get into it. There's been a few other people that I know that have, like, are friends of mine that are like, oh, dude, you know, that's so cool, and you know, they ask about it and whatnot. But one of the things that I don't think people take the time to think about is you may want to be perceived in a certain way, but at the end of the day, people are just going to perceive you however they want. It doesn't matter how honest you are. It doesn't matter how clearly you speak. It doesn't matter how informative you are. It doesn't matter if you have context. It doesn't matter if you've done research. None of that matters, because at the end of the day, people are going to take you for what they want to take you for. And it leads to like a I don't know what it is. Like, a lot of it's parasocial, but it's a really difficult kind of discussion to try to have because I'm still trying to like understand it myself a little bit better. This is just the kind of thing that I do. But one of the things that I noticed when I first got into making YouTube videos, and I think actually Super Eyepatch Wolf made a really good video about this, really good video about like getting into YouTube and things like that. And you know how exhilarating it is at the beginning when you start seeing that your videos are getting views and you get people that come up and they're like, why don't you have a million subs? This video needs to be seen by the world. And it's all these like super nice comments and things like that you know people will bring up. And then what'll end up happening is that it slowly starts to deteriorate. And it's not that the core audience that you have doesn't like you anymore. It's just that the bigger that you grow and the more people you end up reaching, the higher the percentage chance you're gonna start running into people that don't like you, honestly, for no reason at all. And a lot of times they'll just make up a reason and then they'll run with that reason like that reason is absolute truth. It's wild. Somebody shared something in the Discord today. I guess like on like a different on like another YouTuber's Discord or something like that. People were having a conversation about me. Let me see if I can find it. Dude. Our Discord is so fucking chatty. Good lord. Me, I'm like, oh, I think it's just gonna be a couple scrolls up. No, I'm still scrolling. It's fucking crazy. I love it though. I love the Discord. We have so many people too. It's crazy. It's wild to see how it's grown. Man, this is way up here. I probably should have just searched. It's my fault for doing that. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look at this. People talking about me in another Discord. How many times is the guy gonna make the same video about the same topic? Well, it's not the same video or the same topic, but I'm gonna keep making it as long as people want to keep hearing about it. And as long as the story's interesting to me, I'll keep talking about it. I just talk about things that I'm interested in. But then this other person down here, Legendary Drops, I honestly have racist vibes coming off of him. Same as Huge Ego. Hold on. Look at this. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong? How do you get racist vibes from somebody? How does that even make any fucking sense? I don't even think I've even mentioned race in my, like, any of my videos. I brought up the things that people would, like, the, what was it, like, the cultural relevance or the necessity of Yasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows. That was one thing that I brought up, but I've never talked about, like, I've never talked about anything like that. I've never talked about anything like that. It's so weird to see people saying shit like this because they will just straight up make up reasons. And like, that's the thing, like, you're going to find people like that on the internet the larger you grow. You're gonna find more people that will just make up whatever they think about you and then they believe it as absolute fact, and that's the Bible for them. It's wild, dude. Did you offend a weeb? What are you talking about? How can I offend a weeb? I got Mob Psycho, I got Chainsaw Man, I got oh my god, for some odd reason I keep thinking Vampire Hunter D, but it's not Vampire Hunter D, it's oh my god, it has like the best dub from Team 4 Star. My brain for some odd reason isn't completely connected. Helsing, thank you. It's just, yeah, people want to insult other people without evidence. It's so weird. It's so weird, like, especially because, like, I've never really brought up anything racial in any of my videos ever. I had a rumor that you don't even like cats. You're a cat faker. Oh, the cat's just here for show. Yeah, feels like that. Feels like that. I love the cat for like 10 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually like all day, but it's just like, it's when I go to leave the house that I don't like my cat, because I always think that I got the cat hair off of me, and then I get into my car and I'm like, motherfucker. Yeah, the cat's just CGI. I like that. I like that. I'm ex-machinima, mate. I know all this too well. You get berated for mistakes. Oh, for the mistakes of the brand, not your content. So I cut ties to my own brand. Yeah, so like the thing is that yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird. And like for me, like I can't wrap my head around it, so I don't even really know how to process it sometimes when I see stuff like that. I'm not fully used to the whole like you've reached such a wide group of people that you start seeing people talking about you and it's not in your chat or it's not in your Discord. It's like two random people that are talking about you on Twitter, or it's two random people that are talking about you on Discord. And yeah, it's just weird. But like the thing is that like I think you have to have some type of mental fortitude to be able to overcome that. That's a part of it. You're paying for every stupid thing one of your viewers says as well. Oh, see, that's the other thing too. You see a lot of that stuff as well. Like I hate that idea that for some odd reason, like content creators need to police their viewers. Like that's, what do we, like, it's not even common sense. It's just like common reasoning it's rare. It's very rare. The Discord never talks about you. Am I missing something? Shut up, you guys. I totally have popped into the Discord and you guys were like talking, like just last week you guys were talking about my hair. What are you talking about? Just last week people were posting in the Discord about how I need to grow my hair to look like Jon Snow. Wish we could return to the mid-2000s gaming industry. Bethesda games are still good. Xbox 360 was jamming. PS3 was killing it with the exclusives. Yeah. It was a weird time. You know, one of the things that I was thinking about, this is just like just a general like brainstorming thing. And you know, the Xbox 360 changed gaming forever. It changed gaming forever. For both at the time, like for the best and for the worst at the exact same time. Simultaneously it happened. On one side, the Xbox 360 allowed developers to make games for a console much easier than they ever have before. Because the Xbox 360 was using DirectX architecture, which allowed developers basically to be able to make PC games and just like one-to-one port it straight over to the Xbox. So we saw a huge jump in fidelity and computing power and physics and all kinds of different things. At the exact same time, the Xbox 360 is what really, like, don't get me wrong, I think the original Xbox started it because the original Xbox brought in Xbox Live, but the 360's version of Xbox Live is really what popularized like online gaming for consoles. It was huge. It blew up super quick. It was our opportunity to be able to like play with our friends while a friend was over at their house and stuff like that. We could connect with people around the world and play video games. It also introduced the Xbox Marketplace, which gave us the ability to instantly download indie games, is really what they mostly were, because you couldn't get full price like premium titles on Game Pass on 360. It wasn't until the Xbox One that they really started pushing in those kind of things. But the crazy thing is that like two of the biggest things, like innovations that we saw from the Xbox 360 and Xbox and the original Xbox was the birth of online gaming in the console, which is casual online gaming, and then digital downloads. And what's weird is that if you look way back in Xbox's history at the original Xbox, the OG Xbox and Halo 2 had become so infectious that LAN parties, couch co-op, playing together with your friends, finding social groups to be able to play Halo with specifically, blew up. It was huge. It felt like you were genuinely part of a gaming community, and that's how it used to be back then. And then slowly but surely, as online started to take more attention away from everything else, people stopped playing on the couch. People stopped hanging out at LAN parties. People stopped doing all of those kind of things. And it started separating the players, and it became a much less like cohesive environment. And even I would have to say, like, because of like how online gaming has evolved over the years, it's so focused on like your individual footprint in gaming, your identity online, and that's how like social media has been over the years, that like I feel like that's one of the reasons why people have been so combative, especially even more recently. Like as long as this stuff just continues to go on and on like this, there's really no way you're not going to turn around, right? Like the genie's already out of the bottle. But it's I don't know, it's just weird. It's just weird. OG Xbox is more enjoyable for me. The original Xbox was just straight up a completely like I don't even know how to even explain it. Like, it's one of those things where like I look back at a lot of game releases I've seen over the years, and I don't think that like you know today's youth, I don't think that like today's players or the like younger generations of players have experienced anything like what it was like to play video games when the Xbox first came out, when Halo first came out. It was like you had stepped into the future for the first time. I think the closest example that I could give would be Cyberpunk 2077. That's probably about it. And Cyberpunk didn't deliver on day one. Like, it was supposed to be that game that was like, holy shit, you know, this is how far we've come, but it took us a while to actually get to where, you know, how far we've actually come. Halo was the game to play. Halo was insane. It's all you ever thought about. It's all any of my friends ever thought about. We didn't think about anything else. It was literally like Halo came out, and it was like every day after school, whose house are we going to? Can we go over to Jake's house, because Jake, his dad has had a theater in the basement. His dad was I guess his dad made a lot of money, but that, and his dad was like a huge like technophile. He loved to just like collect you know, different electronics and stuff like that. So they had like a home theater in their basement that had a projector, so we could play Halo on the projector on the wall, 4-player with surround sound. Dude, it was like stepping into a new world. It was insane. And the thing is like, when I think about games like that, like, just because of how rapidly games were evolving back then, like cutscene animation, in-game animation, functionality in video games, all of those things rapidly evolved so fast, it was crazy. I mean, there's a night and day difference between Halo 1 and Halo 3. But we're at the point now where like things have started to kind of, you know, it's not started to kind of, they have slowed down, where it's like, you know, there's not a lot of difference between the Modern Warfare 2018 and you know, Black Ops 6, right? We're not seeing a lot of like transformative experiences that we saw back then. hitting a plateau on graphics. Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing that's it's probably bothering consumers, and I think like there's multiple levels of unrest for all kinds of different reasons. And I think it's one of the reasons why I get upset personally when I see people get like latched on to like the whole like DEI conversation and like diversity in video games and diversity hiring and stuff, where it's like there's conversations to be had there, but there are so many more things that are out there that are impacting this conversation of like why players are upset about video games and why they're growing more and more cautious and more critical of the games that they buy before they even come out. And I think one of those things is just the like lack of innovation in the industry, where before they had really leaned into graphical fidelity, and that was their way to please, right? Because it was like, okay, you're making the same game again for the X number of time, but it looks the exact same as the game that you made before. There's not a whole lot of difference here, but you're charging me $10 more for it, and it plays the exact same. So you have a lot of companies that are out there that have just continued to make the exact same thing, and they never, back in the day, they didn't have to worry about like evolving the gameplay all that much. The only one that like one of the longest running franchises, and the crazy thing is that there's so many people that have been trying to shit on this game. I wonder if I can find one of the posts where people are trying to shit on it. I'm not gonna bother trying to fucking search for it. Oh no, we looked at this yesterday. Yeah, this right here. So like they're saying sells 5 million units. Square Enix doesn't say anything. Sales don't meet our expectations. The thing is that I've seen posts where people were comparing Metaphor ReFantasio to Final Fantasy XVI's performance on Steam. And you know what the thing is that like for some odd reason, the Final Fantasy series has been getting so much shit over the last few years. And they've really been the only one, from my perspective, that have genuinely evolved their games, even though they've been making essentially the same game. Like, we're talking about a game that you, like... you go and you look... You go and you look at Final Fantasy VII, like people are saying like, oh, Final Fantasy VII shouldn't be in the run for Game of the Year because it's a remake. Okay, so here's this. This is Final Fantasy VII. Turn-based gameplay. This is Final Fantasy VII now. Like, well, like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Obviously, graphical fidelity is like one thing, but like the actual, like it's an action combat game now. Like it has RPG mechanics and whatnot, but like they've done so much with every single one of their Final Fantasy games to try to reimagine what a Final Fantasy game can be. But people have been giving them shit about it, and it's just like, I don't know, man. I guess in some ways, I just don't know how you're gonna make people happy. It doesn't help that Microsoft is trying to force practices and ideas into their dev teams. Like, that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that like just because it's really been a popular conversation lately, I have no interest in talking about like social political commentary unless it's like absolutely necessary and it is a driving factor in some, it's a driving factor for some reason, right? In a lot of cases, that's not even what the biggest issues in gaming are. It's a mining canary to issues that may show up in the future or have shown up in games we've already seen, right? But it's not even close to being the core issue that we're seeing in games today. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, best combat game. Now people are like go back to turn-based. I know. And these, by the way, I would love to go back in some of those post histories to see the people who be like, Final Fantasy VII needs to go back to turn-based, and then go and find out that those same people said that Baldur's Gate 3 should be action combat. You've attracted the woke bad crowd. You got to live with it. That doesn't mean I make content for them. Like, the fuck? What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna sell myself out just because some people want to watch me that I don't want to agree with. What are you talking about? A lot of issues and lack of quality. A lot of issues, lack of quality or good gameplay. Some is forced things in games. Yeah, like there's a lot of different shit, man. There's a lot of levels to it. I like the turn-based gameplay in the other games. Well, I mean, I think that's like one of the reasons why we're seeing like Metaphor doing so well, right? I think that's one of the reasons why Metaphor is doing so well. Be like Act Man? I don't need to be like anybody other than my fucking self, man. I don't need to subscribe. I don't need to like subscribe to one side of thinking or anything like that. It's just not how the world works. Oh, no different opinions, God forbid. Yeah, I know. Weirdly, Square Enix lost a large amount of their fan base enthusiasm when they went multi-platform with Final Fantasy 13 and started releasing on Xbox, which is why they reverted to exclusivity. You know what the thing is? I don't actually think it has anything to do with like fan base enthusiasm because they stopped being a because they stopped doing console exclusive. I think it has more to do with the fact that like a lot of people didn't really connect with Final Fantasy 13. I played Final Fantasy 13. I didn't play any of the other like little sequels and stuff like that that they made.
Ideology 2. The gap between gamers is larger than it has ever been. Different audience.
2 pass for the cause. Corpo ideology and an age gap between gamers is larger than it's ever been. Different audiences. I could definitely see. I could see the age gap. I could see the age gap. Metaphor slaps. I've been hearing a lot of really good things about it. I've been wanting to check it out myself.
As a tactics fan, I want more. Gears of War tactics was dope make everything tactics. I say hyped for metal slug tactics.
Silence with a $5 says, as a tactics fan, I want more. I want more. Gears of War tactics was dope. Make every tactics, I say. Hyped for Metal Gear Slug tactics. Yeah, they really kind of slowed down on a lot of those games. I do think that there are 2 completely different audiences that are out there that have 2 completely different tastes, and then also at the exact same time, I think that older audiences that remember how it used to be with games is no, it's not Final Fantasy drama. We're just talking about things in general. I think like the older generations that remember how it used to be are still fighting to try to keep it how it used to be. Not only to protect our own hobby, but we also recognize that like younger generations don't see, like they're the ones that already grew up in like microtransactions, live service, everything, all that stuff, right? Mark. He was trying to get the TTS, but the TTS was turned off when I switched screens, so it cut his TTS. Mark with the $20 says, "I'll just say it for you. I just want to hear this. My man chesties are so sweaty." There you go. Thank you for the 20, Mark. It is actually hot in here. She shook? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'm from the older generations. And I'm losing faith. Gaming is cooked. Maybe.
How high of a chance do you think it is that Gears ED sucks or ends up disappointing? Same either with the next Halo game? I think Halo is done for.
Blake Rogers with the $5 says, how high is the chance that you think the Gears E-Day will suck and ends up being disappointing? Same with the next Halo game. I think Halo is done for. Okay. To answer the first part of that question, I think that Gears E-Day will likely be fine. Will it be groundbreaking? Will it be wildly popular? I don't know about that. I personally just don't think that the interest is there from like the younger audience to support it. I think the older audiences will support it. Definitely those out of nostalgia because it's E-Day. But the Coalition hasn't really done anything to make me feel like they're not capable of handling Gears. I think the Gears games have been pretty good. Are they the same as they were with Epic? No. Are they the same as they were with, you know, Cliffy B? No. But like they're not bad. They're not bad. Like Gears 5 was fun. It was a good game. I had a lot of fun with it. Halo? No. For not modern audiences. I'm just talking about younger audiences. I do not think that younger audiences are as interested in games that don't have like twitchy movement and, you know, that kind of gameplay. Like Gears is a much slower game. It's a fun game. It's gory and cool, and I think players will like it. I'm going to be interested to see how they innovate the gameplay in some way on the multiplayer side to try to keep the live service side of that game alive. That'll be the difficult part. Then again, at the same time, look, Space Marine 2 did pretty good, but I think that you could look at Space Marine 2 and draw a direct line and say that E-Day is probably going to do something similar. But E-Day will likely have a way higher budget than Space Marine 2 did. So they likely won't make as much money. Is it an Xbox exclusive? I mean, it'll be on PC. It'll be on PC as well. PC and Xbox. I don't think that they're going to be putting Gears over onto PlayStation. Not anytime soon, at the very least. Then again, Xbox needs money. Xbox needs money. You have to think. What, Fonzarelli, are you still in here? You'll be able to tell me. How much of Xbox's operating revenue is coming from Activision Blizzard right now?
I'm calling it S6 will be a 6 out of 10, but hey, at least the angry reviews, dance will be entertaining.
Mezer says that I'm calling it Elder Scrolls 6 will be a 6 out of 10, but hey, at least angry reviews and rants will be entertaining. Chances are, I think what will probably end up happening is that like Elder Scrolls is an odd beast because they don't really need to do anything. All they need to do is make a middling story that's at least somewhat interesting enough for you to want to like progress through the game, and then give you a world that's cool enough to be able to explore, and that's really about it. I actually have a hard time believing, like, don't get me wrong, I mean, they totally missed with Starfield, but I actually have a hard time believing that they could mess up an Elder Scrolls just because of how easy it is for them to be able to make an Elder Scrolls. I mean, you don't really have to do a whole lot. Like, let's not pretend that Elder Scrolls storytelling is fucking S tier. It's not. It has some interesting characters and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's not S tier storytelling at all. The purpose of playing an Elder Scrolls game is to play an RPG in a massive sandbox. That's all it is. It's doing your own thing and walking in whatever direction you want to go in and things like that.
Here 融合マーク My Manchesters are much sweat So sweaty some of my top games this year is UFO 50 and Kingsbane BTW.
Oh my god. I've heard a lot of really good things about UFO 50. I've seen people posting about it. I don't know what kind of fucking game it is though. But I've seen a lot of people posting about it and saying that they've really liked it. I just haven't played it myself. I keep seeing the name. It's 90%. Jesus, man, 90% of Xbox's operating revenue is coming from Activision Blizzard King. That's why they bought them. They bought them because Xbox probably wasn't solvent. Xbox probably wasn't or not, I shouldn't say solvent, but Xbox wasn't profitable. It was costing too much money, which we already know. Is true because they've been taking a hit for years by pushing games into Game Pass. They've been funding games directly to be able to go into Game Pass, and we know that those developers had to have been asking for good money because they're missing out on a lot of sales by putting it on there in the first place. ESO is criminally underrated. Yeah, I know a lot of people really like Elder Scrolls Online. I only played Elder Scrolls Online like way back in the day though, like right when it first came out. I only remember it because we used to meme on it all the time because we thought that the like ghost dude that was following you around at the very beginning, like right when ESO first came out, there was like this ghost dude that kept popping up that would like talk to you about stuff. And God, what did he used to say? He'd be like, Vestige, it's time for you to go and fight Molag Bal. Molag Bal is in the bathroom. It's time for you to go, Vestige. Was a beta tester for that game? Yeah. ESO's still doing well, right? Like, ESO launched in, like, not the best, like, condition. ESO launched in, like, a really weird place. A very weird place. Yeah, and then they ended up fixing it, like, later on. They added more and more content to it. All right, let's see what's going on here. We already looked at this stuff. We looked at this stuff yesterday. Dude, I would love to see more games that do things like this. So he says, Bradatosker saying, I'm very fond of games that'll give you verbal directions and trust your ability to follow them using landmarks, not map markers. Hell is Us is looking extremely interesting and might scratch the same itch as the Outward game or Morrowind did. I do really like games like this. I do. The only time I don't like them is when I'm not paying attention. And then I'll find myself in a position in which, what was I playing recently that happened in? I was playing like one of the old Halo games. And I was distracted by something. Maybe it was the cat or something like that. I don't know what it is. But like Cortana had said something to me and I don't remember what she said to me, and it was a direct order for me to do something or find something. She told me what the landmark looked like or what I was supposed to be looking for, and I missed it. And since there wasn't anything to tell me anything about it, I had to start the mission over again to be able to hear the voice line for me to see what I needed to do next. Part of me like hates it because it's really inconvenient. Part of me likes it because it's trying to make sure that you're paying attention to the game. I would 100% get lost. Yeah. And the thing is that like, I think that can be kind of cool in some of these games, as long as it's not like objective based. Like if there's somewhere I need to go, I don't know, man. I guess it just kind of depends on the game. Having a journal, that I actually would say is probably something worthwhile to make sure that you have. Something just to keep track of, like, you know what, a game that does this really well? Subnautica. So instead of like directly guiding you towards somewhere that you need to go, they have like pictures and notes. So at least you have notes, and on top of that, any like voice call or voicemail or whatever that you receive, all of those things are recorded in the game. So you can always go back into your journal and look, and then pull that stuff back up for dialogue that you may have missed. Yeah, Subnautica did it really well. But so I tried playing Outward, and I think it's just, it's a cool game, but I feel like it's dated. I just feel like it's like I don't know. I feel like I just have problems with it. I can't figure it out myself. I couldn't figure it out. Like, part of the design of the game was really interesting, and I liked how taxing it was, how brutal and punishing the game could be. But like, I want to play games like that with somebody else. I wanted to play that game with my buddy Mark. But the problem is, like, it's so difficult to be able to like get people in and have people join your party and play the game together. It's like, you have to, I can't even remember how complicated it is. I just know that it was. Where I'm like sitting there and I'm like, why isn't it just like send your friend an invite and they just drop into your lobby? I don't understand why is this like this? Subnautica is so great, still waiting for LD to finish it. Yeah, I know I need to finish it. I don't know how far I am from finishing it either, though.
Haro needs a narrative reboot from about phone.mhga. Do chapstick close-ups legendary chap.
Oh my god. Mark with the $5 says Halo needs a narrative reboot on 4. Oh, a narrative reboot from about 4. I would say after 3. Well, they completely abandoned the like the Halo 5 storyline when they went to Infinite, right? I'm sick of women. That's a weird ass thing to say. What'd they do to you? Waypoints are especially bad in games like Destiny, where their crutches are broken all the time. Yeah, I know.
I disagree with your previous point about Bethesda not scaling up S6 for being a decent sandbox game. Given that Shattered Space was supposed to be an old school Bethesda sandbox area and it
She's so talkative today. Blake Rogers with the 10. I disagree with your previous point about Bethesda not screwing up Elder Scrolls 6 because of decent sandbox gain, given that Shattered Space is supposed to be an old school Bethesda sandbox area, and it sucked. Yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily disagree with that. I'm not saying that they can't screw it up. I'm just saying that it would be really hard for them to. That's all. Especially because this isn't space. This is just a single fucking body of land, right? Like, where's Elder Scrolls? Where is Elder Scrolls 6 going to take place? We've already been to Skyrim. We've been to Cyrodiil, right? Cyrodiil was Oblivion? Elder Scrolls Landia. Ooh, that sounds like a beautiful place to live. That's yeah. What if they were that lazy? Hammerfell? Have we not been to Hammerfell? Is it Hammerfell? It was confirmed. Okay, so it's Hammerfell. Okay. Because we've been to Daggerfall, we've been to Morrowind, we've been to Cyrodiil, we've been to Skyrim, so now it'll be Hammerfall. And High Rock. Okay. Is there any other lands past that, or are they gonna have to just start making up places? You know, when I look at something like this and I see like they talk about these games with like not a lot of direction or whatever, one thing that I will say is that like it's one of the things that I really liked about Skyrim is that like while there was some direction, you weren't really told you needed to go anywhere. And I miss a lot of those games where I think that Elden Ring is arguably the one that did it better than anybody. Like, hands down, it's not even close. Where you could just point your camera in a direction and just go there. Like, oh, I wonder what's off in this direction. And then you'd find out. It'd be, you know, fuck around, find out kind of situation. Where you'd end up, like, running towards, you know, an area that was, like, much higher level than you. And then you just get one shot by everything. But sometimes if you're good enough, you can still navigate through those places, find like way better gear than what you actually have, stumble upon some really cool quests and stuff. Like Elden Ring as a game, it just felt so damn fluid and intuitive that I wasn't stuck on the path of just following sites of grace, right? Like I could just follow the sites, but even the sites of grace weren't necessarily pointing you directly at what you needed to go and do. It was so vague what you needed to do next. It just said, hey, the next thing you're trying to do is in this direction. That's it. That's all we're going to tell you. And it made it such a cool experience because there were so many times that you would walk up to an NPC thinking that this is going to be the main quest. And the next thing you know, it's actually just a 6-7 hour side quest. And yeah, you're nowhere near what you're actually supposed to be doing. The only thing I worry about is the story for Elder Scrolls used to touch some very sensitive subjects. I don't know if you can do that anymore. No, people are trying to steer away from that stuff as much as they possibly can. There's something intangible in games today that I think a couple of games have touched on and have done really well with. Baldur's Gate 3 was one of them. Elden Ring was one of them. Space Marine 2 was one of them. Where it was a game that like has those moments where you're playing it and you're like, oh shit, they went there. They went there. Like you would like unexpectedly see like an innocent just absolutely get slaughtered. Like I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of like other examples of things like that, but like there's stuff that happened that was like, oh, whoa, what the fuck? Really good. Another really good example of this. Baldur's Gate 3, where you go to save you can go save this chick from a witch, right? She's not a witch. She's a hag, bog hag, right? And the hag promised that she would resurrect this lady's husband in exchange for their unborn child. and you have the opportunity when she gets the magic wand and she can bring her husband back to death or back from death, you can either choose to hand her the wand or not give her the wand. And if you don't give her the wand, you snap it in front of her face and then smile at her. It's so fucking good. It's so good. Last night in, getting completely overrun by shadows. Yeah, I didn't know that could actually happen until it happened to me on a playthrough. And of course it happened during honor mode. So I just had to like run with it. I was like, well, that kind of sucks. Cyberpunk 2077. Dude, Cyberpunk 2077 has some of the like, that game is filled with those like they went there moments. Like the one guy that like wanted to be crucified. And then you can get him crucified. Like I was sitting there like, what the fuck? Who thought about this? Who came up with this idea? Give this guy a promotion. That shit was crazy. The game was crazy. Such a good game. That's also one of the things to keep in mind, that like that was still in Cyberpunk, by the way. That was in Cyberpunk before it was a good game. Like the bugs and all the issues they had then, because like a lot of people thought like Cyberpunk was just a like categorically bad game. It just had a lot of issues. That's all it was. That, and obviously like the class design and stuff really wasn't all that good either. Class design and balancing and whatnot. Now the game plays like a fucking dream. Holy. You can play out whatever kind of class fantasy you want to, and it plays like... Whew. I want to go back to that game at one point. It's just so good. It's so good. The monks from 2077 were wild too. There's so much shit that's wild in that game. like, it's hard to point out. It's hard to point out. Speaking of Cyberpunk 2077... Speaking of Cyberpunk 2077. So the CEO of CD Projekt Red The CEO of CD Projekt Red says, seems we live in times where anyone can record complete nonsense and make a story out of it. CDPR talent leaving, we have the lowest rotation of people in recent years. DEI-driven recruitment, we hire people based on merit and talent alone, just as we make games driven by artistic vision alone. Why do we choose Unreal Engine? Because it enables us to work on games more efficiently. And we remain cutting edge tech wise. The Witcher 3's director left. Yeah, that was more than 2 years ago. Now can we stop looking for conspiracy theories and go back to making cool stuff? Endemion's post ended up getting community noted by this actually. And I haven't watched Endemion's video or anything like that, but it's one of those things where at first I'm just going to say this. I can't speak to the quality of the reporting. I can't speak to the quality of any of those kind of things. All I can say is this, is that when all you ever do or all you can ever think about is just like the enemies in the trees, you're going to start to see them everywhere and you're going to try to point out every single thing. And like, this is my stance on this kind of thing. So if we go to CDPR diversity, I want you guys to keep in mind that just about every single company has had something of this nature for decades. Because governments worldwide have tried to do their best to try to make sure that they are encouraging companies to encourage people of different diverse backgrounds to get involved in video game development and design. But everybody has this. Every company I've ever worked for has this. And there's going to be some initiatives that you're going to see where these companies are going to be hiring people, but they're not going to be hiring them purely based on ethnicity. And I think the thing is that when we're looking at, and here's the thing, that might happen in some cases, that might happen in some places, but at the same time, that's not the result of any of the work that we've seen from CD Projekt Red. AKA affirmative action. Yeah, affirmative action's been a thing for a long fucking time. For a long time. And the other thing is that there was something else that somebody like, obviously the, like, you know, the regulars kind of come out of the woodworks on this one, but the one thing that I will say is, like, one of the things that like brought CDPR into the limelight on a lot of this stuff that I don't really agree with. I guess it's not that I agree with it. I just don't really care that much, which is that I think, wasn't it CDPR that made a company rule where basically like women at the company could get like menstrual leave? Isn't that them? Yeah. So that was a whole thing, and I never commented on it because I'll be honest with you, I don't really give much of a shit about it. I don't fucking care. There's some unique health things that women have that we don't have, and I'm glad I don't fucking have them. And if they need to take a day off to be able to get over it, fine, that's awesome. That's just in my eyes, that's just a company. Like, people want to say like it's preferential treatment, and yeah, it is. But I mean, that's the difference between men and women. There's always been preferential treatment. There has to be in some ways. Yeah. Like, I had a company, I view it in the same way, where it's just like a company being good to their employees. Because like I had one of the companies that I worked for a while ago in construction, my uncle passed away. And after my uncle passed away, I let them know, and they said, take as long as you need. And when I told them, okay, I left, I tried to come back to work like a couple days later, and they're like, no. We said, take as long as you need. They told me to stay home. And I'm like, well, I'm fine. I can come back to work. And they're like, no, we want to make sure that your mind's clear. Take care of what you need to come. They gave me 2 weeks off. They gave me 2 weeks off. They didn't even fucking think about it. And it was smart of them, because the thing is that what ended up happening is I got to spend 2 weeks with my family. I got to spend 2 weeks with my friends. I got 2 weeks to be able to, you know, cope with the loss and then come back to work. And I was much better. If I would have just went for a funeral, for a wake and a funeral, and then 1 extra day and then come back to work, do you think I really necessarily would have been in the best state of mind? No. But they just want to make sure that their employees are taken care of in the best way possible, because the better your employees are taken care of, the better their work productivity is. That's just how that works. The better you treat the people that are working for you, the better products you're going to be getting at the end of the day. And that's why, like, when I looked at when they made those changes and stuff like that, like, I was like, fuck yeah, good for you. Treat your people right. Treat your people right. I'll take that a step further as well, is that, I think, if I'm not, yeah, oh man, it was a rough time. It was a rough time. Only like a month or so later, or like not very much longer. It might have been longer than a month, but closely following that, one of my cousins passed away. Same age as me, and like my family's like super tight, by the way. Like, we're like a very, very close knit family, and like she had just like it fucked up our whole family. It was rough because like she had just gotten married like a month earlier, or like not that long before then, just gotten married. And I know I had just recently had taken time off of work for another family member, and I was like, oh, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and go. So, you know, I went to go. Same thing. They're like, take as long as you need, and I'm like, and by the way, when I say take as long as you need, that was with pay. They paid me while I was gone. Shit was crazy. But after they do that kind of shit, do you think I come back to work? Do you think I ever didn't think about talking shit about the company when I was working for them right then? I was like, hell no. I'm like, this is the best company I've ever worked for. I didn't even get a day off when my mother died. Oh, dude. Oh, God. I hate companies like that, dude. I used to work for companies like that. But imagine women having an additional 3 days off every month. People are going to have an issue with that too. Imagine, I don't know, bleeding from your asshole every month. I probably have an issue with that too. I just don't really care. I'll be real. I just don't give a shit. I just don't really care that much. To like his specific talking points and stuff like that, I think that it's like I'll have to watch his video to see like exactly what he's bringing up in his video specifically. Because what does his post actually say? I talked to Ubisoft Insider about the current state of the industry, as well as another source which tells me that places like CD Projekt Red and even Funcom, which is making Doom Awakening, are in dire trouble. And yes, we're officially in a game crash. I think it's really cool you'll engage in the dialogue. I just have a question. If you don't engage in DEI hiring practices, why do you have a segment on your website that shows an assessment that you lot specifically states DEI strengthen the DEI culture at CD Projekt? Could you talk about this page a little and what it means? What does this say here? Pillar E, reducing greenhouse gas. Dude, this is... reducing greenhouse gases emissions and the value chain implementing energy efficient solutions. Pillar G, governance, management and protection of intellectual property, business ethics, cybersecurity and data protection, transparency in relations with business partners. Pillar S, social, strengthening DEI culture at CD Projekt Red, among others, fostering inclusive leadership, offering a competitive salary, like... Okay. I have to... Let me think about this for a second. What is it called? There's a definition for this. Let me look it up real quick so I can talk about that's the right way. Business is the... there it is. Okay. Okay, so in business school, one of the things that they bring up is this right here. It's an important part of any business that you start up. It's a plan that most businesses have to have. It's called corporate social responsibility or corporate social impact. It's a form of international private business self-regulation, which aims to contribute to societal goals and of like philanthropic, activist, or charitable nature by engaging or supporting with professional services like volunteering, through like, you know, pro bono programs, community development, administering monetary grants to nonprofit organizations or public benefit, or to conduct ethically oriented and investment practices. So there's a whole, like, I had an entire year of like business ethics studies, and the idea is that part of this actually has to do with like you reducing whatever your carbon footprint is on the world. And then it's also making sure that your business isn't negatively impacting the local community that's around you. So the idea is that if you are operating your business within a certain area, like, you're not just there to make money, like, you're there to benefit the community, right? And that's where a lot of this like corporate social responsibility comes in. Corporate social responsibility also, by the way, impacts things like pollution. So like when they're talking about like greenhouse gases and things like that, the idea is that, and these are all, by the way, I hope that you guys know this, all this stuff right here, this is all tax credit. This is all tax credit. And in some ways, we can judge it as, that's fucking stupid. And in other ways, we can say, thank God it's there. Because if these responsibilities weren't pressed upon them, they would just absolutely shit on it. Like, not every corporation, but most corporations would absolutely just dump all over any place that they operate in. And the funny thing is that if you actually take these things out of, or if you take these things in like full context and think about them, they're not as bad as they actually seem. The problem is it's how these things are implemented and how blindly they're implemented. I think that's probably the best way to look about it. Because if we say strengthening DEI culture at Project Red, or let's say any company, by among others, fostering inclusive leadership. So we could say this is just making sure that the business that I'm in isn't discriminating against employees, not giving people a chance, not hiring them or not promoting them or not whatever it might be, not giving them the right opportunities because of the, you know, their gender or their race or whatever it is. Offering a competitive salary package and equal opportunities for advancement. I don't think there's anybody, okay? I don't think there's a damn person here that thinks that people should be paid differently based on their gender or their race. Now, the problem is that all of these things, by the way, all these things here that we see on this, none of these things are bad. The problem is it's the implementation of those things and how often soulless that is, because it ends up just being a corporate directive rather than a genuine like desire to have a great workplace that treats everybody equally. And instead what it turns into a checklist for them to be able to reach their goals for their CSR. Because their CSR has a score, and that score gives them tax credits. So you have people that are in leadership roles that instead of doing what this actually says, instead what they do is, we need to put a person of X gender or race into a leadership position, so then that checks this box. We need to hire somebody of, you know, these variety of backgrounds so we can check these boxes. We need to do this thing so we can check this box. And world governments, regardless of where you live, they don't give a shit. They actually are kind of hoping that that's the direction that these companies are going in, because at the end of the day, that's all they want as well. They just want the same thing. They just want they are trying to force them to check boxes because the government also needs to be viewed as the ones that are doing things the right way. Also, Poland is not the US. That DEI rhetoric is just modern corporate rebrand of politics is existing in that part of the world for a good century already. Eastern Bloc was a thing, you know. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But I mean, this stuff still exists just about everywhere. of course, without incentive, companies don't give a shit. Correct. Keep in mind, the reason why these things are around in the first place is because without them, and I don't disagree. By the way, like when you're seeing all these people that are like against DEI, I don't like fully disagree with some of the things that they're bringing up, because the problem is like the issues that they have are a byproduct of companies that are not doing things the right way. CDPR, for all intents and purposes, looks like a company that does it the right way, where the vast majority of other companies, especially in the US, are just doing it to check boxes. And because of that, let's follow the line, okay? If I want to bring up something and actually write on it? Let me see. If I'm an equal opportunity employer, true, for the right reasons, just because it's inherent to my business plan, and I as a business owner don't give a shit what color you are or what's between your legs or who you sleep with. Like, none of those things matter to me. It's just the quality of your work that matters to me. That's what you end up getting is, well, good products. If I am a company and I'm a business owner who just wants to check the boxes, the, diversity, the inclusivity, all that stuff, that's not inherent to me. I actually don't like a lot of these people, but I have to check these boxes because otherwise I'm going to get in trouble with the government, with society, with whatever, right? I'm going to get sued because somebody's going to find out that we fired somebody because they were a woman or whatever it might be, right? Well, what I'm going to do as that businessman is just make sure I check those boxes. And at that point, I'm just checking the box because you fit a description, not because you fit a role. Now, what happens to the products and services of your company when you're just checking the box to fit those descriptions rather than actually fitting the role? Well, you get lesser quality products, right? Quality drops. There you go. That's what the problem is. I guess the problem I have with this conversation is that a lot of people see the DEI as the problem and not the leadership behind the companies that are enacting the DEI that are the issue. Because like I said, CSR has been around for I don't even know how long. ESG scores have been around for When did they start actually enacting ESG scores? The term ESG first came into prominence since 2004 in a report titled "Who Cares Wins," which is a joint initiative with financial institutions at the invitation of the UN. By 2023, the ESG movement from the UN, corporate social responsibility initiative, took a global phenomenon representing more than 30 trillion in assets under management. Criticisms of ESG vary depending on viewpoint and area of focus. These areas include data quality, lack of standardization, evolving regulation, politics, greenwashing, and a variety of definition and assessment of social good. Yeah. What does greenwashing mean? Greenwashing, a compound word modeled from whitewashing, also green sheen, a form of advertising or marketing spin that uses green PR and green marketing. Oh, so you're trying to make it seem like your products are somehow good for the environment, even though they're not. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. But do you guys see what I'm talking about here? How I'm saying that this is more about... It's a complicated subject because these things are essentially...
It's hilarious when you see the DEVS of Dustborn who are from Norway try and recreate about diversity talking down on Americans. The most diverse nation in the world by DEVS from a homogeneous Norway.
Blake Rogers with the $10 says it's hilarious when you see devs of Dustborn who are from Norway try to lecture about diversity, talking down to Americans, the most diverse nation in the world, by devs from the most homogeneous Norway. Yeah. The US is a fucking melting pot. Like it's crazy. Like you'd actually have a hard time in a lot of cases just running into only people of a certain certain background. But the point is that what I'm trying to bring up here is just the common sense reasoning that ESG, CSR, DEI, all of these things inherently are not bad things. The issue is it's the people that are forcing them that are the problem. Because you have people in government that just want these companies to check the boxes. And then you have leaders at these companies that just want to check the boxes. And then they're just letting any freak off the fucking street come into their company and run shit. And that's why you're seeing these like community managers that are losing their fucking minds, people that are just spewing like their own mental illness out onto the internet and shit, where these companies like CD Projekt Red, where for them, like they're like DEI driven recruitment, we hire based on merit and talent alone. And chances are their company still ends up being diverse as a result of it. And that's a great thing. Like diversity should be inherent to your business practice. I'm not going to turn somebody down because they're...
But AAA companies went Epic Game Store exclusive just for the monetary bonus. It was not an agenda. It was all from.
I'm not going to not hire somebody because like they're a woman, or I'm not going to not hire somebody because they're of any background or whatever. It doesn't even fucking matter. Like as long as the person is skilled for the job. That they are skilled to do the job. But the problem is that there are companies in the US and in other countries that will not hire the person that is actually fit for the role, and they will hire the person that's not fit for the role because they need to check the box so they can get the tax credit, so they can get the pat on the back, and it's all for show. That's the problem. That's the issue. It's not the inherent it's not the programs themselves, it's how those programs are implemented. If that makes any sense. Does everybody follow me on this one? I'm pretty sure that I'm trying to be as clear with it as I possibly can. Not sure why people forget, but AAA companies went Epic Game Store exclusive just for the monetary bonus. Not an agenda. Yeah, no, that's actually very true. A lot of games went specifically to the Epic Game Store. It had nothing to do with any type of agenda, other than the agenda that Epic Games was pushing, which is trying to get more games onto their platform so that they could compete with Steam. And by doing that, they lowered what their percentage take was on any games that were released. That isn't how it works, Legendary Drops. It works in that people with a certain type of surname, for example, turn out to be hired 3% less than similarly talented people. DEI is a way to counter that. I have not heard anything based on like surname. No, explain it one more time. No. You get one fucking shot. You get one shot. Alan Wake took a massive L. Alan Wake took a fucking major L. Holy. Going Epic Games exclusives, it sucked the wind straight out of the sails of that game. From what I heard, I haven't played it yet. I loved Alan Wake 1, and I loved wasn't there an expansion as well? I think I played the expansion too. I loved both games. They were so good. I need to play Alan Wake 2. American Nightmare. That was the one. Yeah, that was really good too. I really liked it. I heard really good things about Control as well. That's another one I still haven't played. Going exclusive on any platform these days seems like a big L. Yeah, no, you should just not go exclusive. If you're a third-party company, if you're an independent like publisher, an independent developer, there is no reason whatsoever that you should be making exclusive games for any platform. Today, specifically, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Not at all. I'm telling you guys right now, Red Dead Redemption 2, or sorry, not Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto is for sure going to be $100. If they're charging, I think it's $59.99 if you want to buy Red Dead 1 on Steam, $59.99. $60 for a 14-year-old game. Jeez. I mean, don't get me wrong. Is it worth it? I mean, it's a really good game. The DLC for was it Red Dead 1 had the zombies DLC, right? The one that had like the mythical beasts for hunting and stuff like that. You have to do a Remedy run through of games. Max Payne 1 and 2. I played Max Payne 1 and 2. Alan Wake. I did Alan Wake. I did the Alan Wake and American Nightmare. I did not do Quantum Break, Control, or Alan Wake 2. I don't pay. That's actually the funny thing. I don't pay full price for a game on Steam. Most of us never do. We see it. You know what we do? We see it. We go, oh, dude, sick. I can get Red Dead 1 on Steam. Add to wish list. And then we wait. And then we get a fucking email that says game's on sale. And we go, oh, okay, I can get it now. I love it. I love it. Yeah, the zombie DLC was sick. It was sick. It was so good. GTA is going to be mid. I didn't play 5. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto since San Andreas. No. I don't know why. It's just like I just kind of fell off it. I was just like, yeah, I've kind of already done all this. I can play the game. Yeah, I know. I can play the game next year when it's on Steam. Loved 4 and 5. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there just wasn't. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't play it. Even though they were like super popular, I just never really jumped on them at all. Grand Theft Auto 4 has the best story, characters, bar none. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just was probably into different games at the time or something like that, most likely. I went on like a real big sports kick for a while where I was like just playing NHL games. That's all I did. I just played hockey games. That's it. I didn't do anything else. Hockey games, and then I played Gears of War, and that was it. I didn't do... that's all I played. So this right here. Metaphor, Refantasio. Or is it Fantasio? I think it's Refantasio. Joins a list of games that has easily beaten Final Fantasy 16 on Steam. Moral of the story, remember kids, no matter what, I don't know who that is, tells you, nothing can cannibalize game sales more than late ports. Time for Square Enix to get some tough love and learn a lesson. Do you know what? This is fucking so true, it's not even funny. It's so true. It's so true. And I'm actually, a part of me is a little surprised, and I think it's actually something that kind of happens to, I think it's something that actually happens to other games as well. Let's see here. God of War. Ragnarok. not doing day and date with PC, you are literally, you're throwing away money. You're throwing away money. Because the thing is that what ends up happening is that through either streaming or through YouTube videos, just general being on social media, the hype around a game's launch, like, you have to think about it. Most of a game's sales are usually within the first, like, 6 months of the game's release. So after that, the hype is gone, the interest is gone, and chances are people have already seen a ton of information on the game and have likely already had stuff spoiled for them, and they just aren't interested in it. They're just not interested in it. Like, I'm sorry, but like, God of War Ragnarok is a fucking insanely good game. Insanely good game. For it to only hit 35K peak on Steam is crazy. But the reason why is it's two parts. One part is that in a lot of cases, when it comes to Sony games specifically, more times than not, people own a PC and a PlayStation. They don't own an Xbox. So, like, they probably already played it on PlayStation. Like, for me, like, I didn't buy Final Fantasy 16 on PC because I played it on PlayStation. I don't really need to worry about it. I already played the game, right? I have no interest. Same thing goes God of War. I played God of War on PlayStation. I don't need to buy it on PC. Funny thing is, though, is that if they came out on PC, I would have bought them on PC instead. But that's part of the sales, but I think that some of the other part of it definitely has to do with just the general hype around it. It's just not as interesting. It's not as exciting. I own an Xbox, but I use it as a paperweight. That's why I got rid of mine. Yeah, I got rid of my Xbox, and I got rid of my Xbox and my Nintendo Switch, and then I got a Steam Deck because it was way easier for me to be able to play games as I travel, and it has better access to better games and all my entire library and all that good stuff, which is really nice. Plus, the Steam Deck's just fucking sick in general, right? And then outside of that, I have a PlayStation 5. So, you think it has anything to do with the PSN requirement on single player games? Very, very, very small. Very small. People can easily make up excuses for themselves on things that they are normally against that will supersede any previous reasoning or complaining they did to be able to buy a game and enjoy a game that they want to play and enjoy. Keep in mind, Metaphor was being before it was released was being grilled by a bunch of players. Oh no, really good example of this. What am I talking about? For months, we've seen people. And by the way, I will totally agree that, like, I don't really like what they did to the character design and the model and how they changed some things going to Silent Hill 2. But everybody on the fucking internet was crying about this game and saying how it was gonna fail and it was gonna be a piece of shit and shit like that. And then now all I'm seeing is people talking about how fucking awesome it is. And it's funny how quickly that conversation can turn, and how people can completely ignore the entire woke ugly character conversation and all that good stuff. They can completely turn that around because the game itself is actually really good. People will make excuses. They'll backpedal the shit if it's a good game and they enjoy it. Is that Jason Schreier? No, it's David Duchovny. I love David Duchovny, dude. Has anybody here watched Californication? It's like one of my favorite TV shows of all time. It was so good. What game? Silent Hill 2. If the game is good, people will ignore most flaws. Yeah. Even if it goes against their subverted expectations. Yep. Californication rocked. Dude, it was so good. It was so good. Like, the funny thing is, like, I would love to talk about, like, funny scenes from Californication, but they're not even, like, I don't think I can even say them out loud on YouTube. I don't think I can. I can't. I don't think I can. When he left X-Files, the show went to shit. Yeah, he was the show. He was, like, go straight to horny jail. Dude, like, that, it's a horny show. It's a very horny show. Yeah, it was so good. Storytelling and the character writing in that show were fucking insane. A lot of TNA in that show. A lot of TNA in that show. A lot. How could I? My favorite scene in the entire movie is my favorite scene in the entire show is where him and his agent like go out and they're like trying to hit the town together and they hook up and they end up taking this girl back to like her place for like a three-way. And then and his agent gets hit with the squirt gun. I'll say it like that. Like I fucking died. I fucking died. There's a new mod for Silent Hill 2 that removes the fog and makes the game sunny as shit. It's called Sunny Hills. Man, I love modders. Holy shit. Dude, this game has been popping off. Sold over 1 million copies since its release date. It's now become the fastest selling Atlas game of all time. I've heard nothing but good things about it. I want to watch the trailer for this. This is the launch trailer.
You think you have the strength to protect the weak? Then prove to me these are more than empty words.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a huge fan of JRPGs that have anime cutscenes. I love it. I don't know why. It's because I love anime, but there's just part of it that I just it's so engaging. It feels like you're watching like an episode of a television show within the game that you're playing. It's one of the reasons why I love the Tales series. All the Tales games are so good. I feel like Tales of Arise is a game that I thought was going to be better than it was. Have you played Persona 5? Yeah, I played Persona 5 Royale. I'll have to buy a car. All right, see you, buddy. Can we stop with the Billie Eilish music? I don't know why they always do that shit. And I'm a sucker for cel-shaded graphics to begin with as well. You guys already know that. I've heard a lot of good things about Persona games. I just like Dark Souls, but I don't think they fit Elden Ring. Metaphor seems to be the same thing. They don't fit the same theme. If I had to suggest to somebody, like, oh, hey, I've never played an Atlas game. What Atlas game should I play? If you're okay with playing, like, older games, I would say Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. No, it's not a gacha game. It's a JRPG. Yeah, I would say Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Nocturne was so good. It was so good. I would like to see more like anime or these like cell shaded anime style
with fear
games
and anxiety, but we shape our own destiny.
in the Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls like route of gameplay. I really liked Code Vein. I really liked it.
With our own hands.
Their art style is so distinct too. I love it.
I suppose this is the very essence of magic.
Okay. I think one of the things that I really like about what Atlas has done over the last few years is that like turn-based RPGs have been such a stagnant genre in a lot of ways, and one of the things that they do is they've really, and this is such a weird thing to say as a gamer because in a lot of cases we don't really talk about UI or really care about UI, but they have like totally reimagined the game of like UI, and for some odd reason it makes their games like so much more engaging, even in combat. Like their UI in combat is just, it's so good. Like it's satisfying to use. I don't know how to say it better than that. I don't think the music mixes well with what we're seeing though. You can blame that on Xbox, by the way. Like this is Xbox's marketing team that is making all the promotional material for this game. And yeah. If you couldn't tell, I would take a wild guess and say that they are likely not even using Xbox's marketing team. They probably brought over Activision's marketing team from the Activision Blizzard acquisition, and now they're the ones that are actually doing Xbox's marketing. The reason why I say that is because what other game had Billie Eilish in the background for its trailers? Pop quiz. Pop quiz. Do 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 do. Wow, really, you guys? I'm giving you time. Anime Warzone, Doo-Doo Legends, nope. Jeopardy, no. The music in the background I think is Billie Eilish. You're actually expecting an answer? This is embarrassing. I totally thought you guys would get it. My money's on Diablo. See, somebody fucking got it. I have faith in my audience. Yeah, it was Diablo. Diablo's trailers used Billie Eilish in the background. You guys don't remember people being all pissed off about it? Diablo players being like, bro, what the fuck is this? Like, who are you marketing this game towards? Yeah.
Take cover.
It's the same kind of like it's the same kind of cuts. It's the same kind of it's the same kind of music. It's all the exact same. Didn't even know? I'll find it.
Attack in any number.
Is it? What is it? It's not only on PC and Xbox, right? PS4, PS5, and Xbox Series X. Damn, it's not on. It's not on the Switch. That's really surprising. That's really surprising. I figured it'd be on Switch. EN voice acting sounds good. Good in the trailer. Oh, I'm sure it is. Atlas goes hard. They don't fuck around. They don't fuck around. The Microsoft advertising was scaring people. That's actually the funny thing is that I've seen a lot of like Xbox like enthusiast channels on Twitch or on Twitch on like Twitter and on YouTube that have been talking about like how big of a W this is for Xbox. Personally, I don't think so. I think it's the opposite. I think that I don't think people are really paying it. I don't think the game's selling because of its marketing materials. I think the game is selling because it's a new IP from Atlas. Maybe the Switch can't run it. Likely it probably can't. Chances are if they release it on the Switch, it'll be on like the Switch 2 or whatever they're going to make. Switch is not a AAA gaming device. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. Yeah. There it is. I mean, we already knew this on Steam to begin with. But now when you go to purchase a game on Steam, it will tell you a purchase for a digital product grants a license for the product on Steam. So no long, which is actually crazy because I was looking at I don't think I have it up. I was looking at some some news articles, and it's funny because like you're actually going to have to train the industry now to, because of this law in California, they're going to have to, and California is not the only one that's doing it. There's a couple other places that are doing it as well, but you're actually going to have to train the industry on how to, they're going to have to change their language. Because I literally just saw an article yesterday that said, what was it? Oh, Xbox is going to start selling games on Android soon. I mean, but they're not, though. They're not selling a game, are they? They're selling a license to play a game, but they're not selling a game. Because apparently they can only sell games to other companies. That's called an IP. You don't own anything? Yeah, well, here's the thing, is that but that's been true for a long time now. That's been true since all of the data stopped being contained on the disk. So I'd imagine that's been true since Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Does that sound right? The only console that you still are technically buying a game and that game will still be playable, I would imagine, would be Nintendo Switch, right? Or if you buy it on GOG. Yes, the disc is yours. Time to buy GameStop? No, I don't think so. I don't think that physical media is going to make a comeback. People crave convenience too much, and the interest in physical media has fallen quite a lot. In certain places, it's increased and its value's increased. But yeah. If you buy a physical PS5 disc, are you just agreeing to a license in the end of the installer? Yes, I believe that's exactly what you do. Because you'll put the disc in, and if the game, if they choose to shut down the game servers or not allow you to be able to download whatever the game's patch is, because most of the content's not even on the game itself, There's a lot of games that are out there that's like half the game is on the disc and then the other half is downloaded once you put the disc in and it downloads it over the internet. Is there any way for us to have digital ownership of games? They would no, because we can't own the game itself. So there's a problem with like the intellectual property right issue that runs into that. That makes it a little bit more difficult. But I don't know, man. Infinite license? The problem is the issue that I have with digital ownership today isn't even the whole like license to use part. It's the license to use ... till whenever we fucking feel like it. That's the problem I have. The digital rights ownership stuff, like it's too difficult for us to be like. It's not too difficult. There's probably an easier way to be able to go around doing this, because like you like even with older games, right? Like right here, I have a copy of Kirby's Dream Land. I own a copy of Kirby's Dream Land. I do not own Kirby's Dream Land. They've used that, and it's gone into a completely different direction, the wrong direction, sadly. So yeah, long-term rental. Yeah, basically that's how they're treating it. I don't know. I feel like, and this is one of those things where I talk about how there's like the video game industry is like incredibly underregulated, and they need to step in. They need to step in and do something, but they can't take that copy from you. Correct? They can't. But right now they can because of how digital rights ownership works. LD flicked the cartridge minus $10 speculative value. Like it's actually like it's yellowed from use. Like I can still see like my like it had like it must on the top here likely has like you know 5-year-old like greasy finger on it from pulling it out of my Nintendo. Banger game though. Where's the Game Boy? It's not actually here. It's actually like it's at my mom's house. I still have I think I still have my brick. I have my brick and then I have a green Nintendo Pocket. For Game Boy Pocket, I mean. Yeah, I don't know. Like this is one of those things that I think that is it's an issue that's gonna come to a head, but it's only ever going to be solved when we ever actually get people in government that understand just how poorly video game customers are being treated. Plus 100 value, speculative for having LD's greasy DNA on it. Yeah, I know. I could be cloned. You don't own a console either if you read the terms. That's why they can remotely disable it. That's even crazier, man. Like I think that's even crazier is the fact that like you could buy a piece of hardware that's purpose is to play video games, and the company that made that piece of hardware can choose to shut it down at any point if you break their terms of service in a way that they feel is necessary for them to shut it down. We need more gamers in government. Bro, did you guys see this shit? Where is it at? What is his name? I don't even know how to spell the guy's name. Tim Waltz, World of Warcraft. So they put out a whole thing where they're saying Tim Waltz will stream World of Warcraft to win over a new voting demographic. And all it was is that they just had somebody stream. They just had somebody stream World of Warcraft on Twitch. On like the Kamala Harris like Twitch channel, while Tim Waltz does a speech on the side. To be fair, he actually said he played it. One misuse of an ability could have cost him the election. Bro, like, it's so, like, I like how people just say, like, it's so lazy. It's so fucking lazy. It's so lazy. It's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb. It's such, like, it's what I'm talking about when I talk about, like, in video games, I talk about things like feigned virtue and things like that, where it's just like, gamers, we're here for the gamers. We want the gamers to vote for us. So we're just going to randomly put somebody playing a video game next to our fucking speech. It's just so fucking lazy. You're not even trying. It shows that you don't actually even give a shit about the people that you're trying to like reach. It's just lip service, right? Politics manipulation, virtue signaling. Hello there. Yeah. Like I said, how do you do, fellow kids energy? It is exactly that. And you know what the best part is? They said that they were doing this because they wanted to reach a younger audience. Who the fuck's going to tell these guys that the vast majority of people that are playing World of Warcraft are like 30 to 45 years old? You're not reaching the youth, man. You're reaching fucking bald retirees. So crazy. We got two party, pick one. I'm of the mind that the US isn't actually necessarily controlled by like the two ruling parties. At the end of the day, I think that the U.S. is more or less ruled by the economy than it is anything else. Since our entire legal system, our entire governmental structure is around lobbying and shit like that. The fact that people can pay for favors is fucking crazy. Yeah, it's the party of money. That's all it is. It's just a party of money. And you can tell because like the minute that these people like retire from office, they immediately start like on a media tour where they're just making money from a bunch of like speeches and stuff like that. Oh yeah, you want me to come and speak? Yeah, I'll come and speak. Yeah. Oh, I got a book. Now I'm selling my book. Like, it's the same shit, dude. It's the same shit. When is the Trump versus Harris Valorant 1v1 stream coming? That's what I'm talking about. Like, I kind of want us to go back to like the blood sports. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, our new leader. A new leader has arisen, and you know they want like it's just a 1v1. That'd make a lot of money. You get a lot of people watching. Only one politician has left office and with less money than they went in. Yeah, put them in Rust for 30 days. Bro, that would make the best YouTube video. that would make the best stream ever. Political Matgara. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. you're not going to make the people fight. Okay. So the people are not fighting. It's the folks that apparently want to lead. We got to see them. We got to see them take over. It's like, dude, oh my God, this is so fucking stupid. So I tried doing this because like I got sick of my cat always wanting to like hop up onto the TV stand. So every single time I would like go to like sit down and play a video. I'm sure there's people that have cats understand this. You got your fucking big screen right in front of you, your flat screen right in front of you. You're chilling on your couch. There just happens to be a ledge in front of the TV. And if you're not paying attention to the cat's like, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and I'm just going to stand right in front of the television. It just so happens I watch a lot of anime, so my cat sits directly where the fucking subtitles are. And I can't see it. And I've tried this before, and it's the funniest shit you've ever seen. Like, if you put, I don't know what, I think it's the sound or something like that, but like for some odd reason, cats do not want to have shit to do with tinfoil. It's so funny. It's the sound and texture. Yeah, probably. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild to see how fucking... It's so wild to see how these motherfuckers just like launch, dude. Cats like tinfoil balls, though. I know, isn't that funny? So if you crumple it up, they'll play with it. But if you just put it on something, they just fucking jump. Why would you torture and traumatize your buddy? I don't know. By the way, I tried to do this once, and then after I did it, I just gave up on it because they just get used to it anyway, and they go wherever the fuck they want to. Like, if you're somebody that wants to try to keep a cat off a counter, good fucking luck. They're too independent for you to be able to do so. Holy shit.
Nope. Nope.
It's fucking crazy to see like how far that one we saw fucking launched. Or I think it's back here. That landing, not that one. I think it's this one. Funny, dude. Fucking cats. Fucking cats. It's like it launched like a cannon. I know, dude. I know. Cat stuff, tears. Every single time. Like they're so fucking funny. They're so fucking. They're like simultaneously like the cutest and dumbest and smartest animal all at the exact same time. This one right here. This is the one that like actually fucking launches. Like fucking teleported. Have you ever rolled a cucumber next to your cat? No, mine hopped up on the kitchen counter and wasn't paying attention, and I picked up like a banana and I put a banana down on the counter, and when he turned around and the banana was there, he fucking just bolted. He was gone. This is why we need 120 FPS videos. Fucking true. Fucking true. Dude, this shit is fucking crazy. Like, I realize like the vast majority of all the stuff that we've seen from Tesla is like 90% of it is concept. And like 90% concept, 10% reality, but it is still crazy to see like how accessible, because like you got to think like we really only have seen a lot of this kind of stuff only coming from Boston Dynamics, right? Like the vast majority of like the androids and robots and stuff like that, we've seen most of it coming from Boston Dynamics. Now we're starting to see like commercial companies starting to work on products that they're trying to figure out how to be able to make something that's worth selling. This stuff is crazy.
You got it.
I am absolutely convinced. I am 100% convinced that Elon Musk sees himself as Arasaka. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I swear.
You win.
Like we are and the crazy thing is, this is the same guy that said that people need to, like, the government needs to be preparing for AI, which, I mean, he was actually, by the way, you can talk shit about Elon all you want, and 90% of that criticism is fair, but like years ago when this dude was like, the government needs to get ahead of AI before AI takes off, and he was talking about that before ChatGPT was even a fucking whiff in the wind. He's not a genius, he's just rich. I mean, I can't really speak to the guy's intelligence. I don't fucking know if he's smart or not. He's made a lot of really fucking smart companies. I'm not saying the guy's I'm not saying he's a god or anything like that. I think it's weird that some people like live and die by his words, but he started a lot of really, really smart and interesting and profitable companies that have pushed technology forward at a faster rate than we've probably seen in a long time. I mean, at the end of the day, say whatever you will, he popularized electronic cars. That's kind of fucking huge. Elon says D4 is good. Yeah, we can't say he has good taste. We can't say he has good taste.
Can't beat a robot.
Smart investor, bad engineer. Here's the thing. If you just know how to spend your money right and you put your money in the right places like he has, yeah, it's worked out pretty fucking well, right? It's worked out pretty fucking well. Now, if you can only popularize quality control for those electric cars, hey, I didn't say he did everything right.
Okay.
I didn't say he did everything right. I still think like this shit's still just fucking crazy to see. Because like the fact, like it's just a point. Like, okay, it's not talking to his intelligence or like the validity or the quality of Tesla or anything like that. The point is that these are things that we saw 10 years ago being worked on by Boston Dynamics as merely just, well, most of that stuff was for government use, right? Most of that stuff it was for government use. It was just for, like they plan on using it for like bomb disposal and things like that, where now all of a sudden we're starting to see these companies get behind things for commercial use. And commercial use, that's where you start to see things really fucking take off. That's where you start to see things fucking go crazy. Because keep in mind, a lot of the personal technology that we have today that's in our house, the flat screen TVs, the Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, all of these things, for the most part, were all developed for military purposes. And they were built by a lot of these like research facilities. And they didn't come to the household or really like proliferate so far as like advance super quickly until they gotten into the hands of consumers. And that's where that technology like fucking ran. And it's gone crazy.
Doing good. All right.
Public use for robots is very weird to see right now.
Fogarita?
Like you have a robot handing you a drink. Damn. Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. By the way, do I think that having like your own personal robot in your house is a good thing? No, I think I think it'll only serve to further crumble, decay our society. But it's still cool. But it's still cool.
Hey, what's up?
Fucking actuators and shit are crazy.
Killing it.
Thank you so much.
I think that I guarantee, it's not that I think that, I guarantee that all of these were actually probably remote controlled by somebody, especially when you hear like the voice responses and stuff, because it's almost too human. So, you know, we'll see. But yeah, it's still interesting to see how far this technology is already advanced to this point, right? Conspiracy, there is a real person inside somewhere. Well, not inside. I'm going to say it's somebody controlling it. especially with the voice, like the voice responses are a little bit too real. Like they're more real than like ChatGPT's Sky, and that's kind of weird. Unless they really are that far ahead and we just don't know it, but I don't know. I guess we'll find out. It'll be great for elderly who can't look after themselves. Fuck yeah, it will be. Like there are a lot of hidden benefits to technology like this. I'm just talking about just general commercial use for like, you know, your average lazy ass fucking person that'll no longer cook for themselves, clean for themselves, or anything like that. Are we to believe that the vast majority of people are going to be using that extra time that it's going to allow them to be constructive? Probably not, no. Probably not. Rady, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. With the demographic collapse across the world, a severely aging population, we need this to work out. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that either. Yeah, current generations are not having kids. I mean, they probably will by accident. That's the best thing about having kids. You can say that you don't want one, but you can always have one by accident. Isn't that what stay-at-home nurses are for? People can't afford stay-at-home nurses. People can't afford stay-at-home nurses. Like at all. They're very, very expensive. Wow, Abyss. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. They can barely afford the home part. That's very true. Very, very true. Every child is a mistake. That's a very dark way to say something. Oh, I've seen a lot of this stuff on Halo Infinite. Like people have been like talking shit about it. Or is it Halo Infinite? No, it was like the new Halo, like the new Halo stuff. I don't know. I don't think I can probably find it. Man, holy shit, this is a big ass sneeze. About ripped my head off there. Wait, hold on, what's this? It's happening. xCloud Gaming will let you stream your own game next month. Stream your own games next month. Soon, you'll be able to buy a game using the Xbox app on Android and immediately stream it to your device. Full details below. Microsoft is planning to support the streaming of Xbox game libraries next month. Sources familiar with Microsoft tell The Verge that the company is getting ready to test the ability to stream games that you own that aren't a part of the existing Xbox library. As a part of a long-running project known as Project Lapland, a weird name for a project, inside of Microsoft, the software giant has been readying its Xbox cloud gaming servers to be able to support streaming thousands of games. I'm told that Xbox will first test xCloud gaming streaming capabilities with Xbox insiders in November before expanding to more users and more games. The Xbox Cloud Gaming expansion comes in the same month Microsoft plans to enable game purchases on Xbox mobile app on Android in the US. Microsoft is able to do this thanks to a court ruling earlier this week that will force Google to stop requiring Google Pay billing for apps in the Play Store on November 1st. Xbox President Sarah Bond revealed yesterday that in November, players will be able to play and purchase Xbox games directly from the Xbox app on Android. Once Microsoft's work to enable full game library on xCloud is complete, you'll be able to purchase an Xbox game on Android and immediately stream it to your device. Project xCloud was supposed to launch with the game library in 2020. Microsoft announced full support of the library, Xbox Game Cloud in 2022, but it never launched that year. I understand that work has been complicated by having to prepare key infrastructure for thousands of games instead of hundreds that currently exist on Xbox Game Pass, while thousands of games will soon be available through Xbox Cloud Gaming. I'm told that publishers will hold certain games back due to licensing requirements or deals. Microsoft is also working on a browser-based Xbox mobile store that it had originally planned to release in July. That store the store will initially include deals and in-game items, but will grow to cover first-party games eventually. Microsoft said in August that testing had begun on web-based mobile store. I don't really care about that part. Work is progressing, and we will have more to share in the future. Yeah. I kind of figured something like this was going to be coming relatively soon. I knew that something like this was right around the bend. That's kind of huge. You predicted this months ago. Did I? Yeah. This is the plan, man. This is the plan. This is what they want to do. So I'm gonna show you guys what I'm gonna show you guys what this means. I want to illustrate this properly. Okay. So, format, font, bring us up to like 48. Will that work? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So we have Xbox Core, which equals $9.99 a month. We have Standard, which equals $14.99 a month. We have Ultimate, which equals $19.99 a month. I'll put the dollar signs in there so people know that we're talking about the real American dollar and not anything else. Okay. And this is where we are now. Okay. This is where we are now. Where we will be. Okay, so Xbox Core has like over 25 games, multiplayer online, and that's it. This one has hundreds of games online, multiplayer. This one has hundreds of games, day one access, and more. Where we will be, Xbox Core, non HD stream, or no, we'll say 1080p streaming. 50 games. They're gonna put some more games on there. More games will release. Multiplayer. I don't know. Multiplayer. Except for this is actually gonna be $14.99 by then. So we'll say this one will be $14.99 now. Core will be like $14.99. It'll have 1080p streaming. You have 50 games, multiplayer, when servers allow. So no, how about this? Non-priority multiplayer ads. Standard will be $19.99, and it'll have a 4K, hundreds of games. It'll have what else? Priority multiplayer. Wow. Ads. Ultimate will be $24.99. Nah. $29.99. It'll be $29.99. No ads. All the above. Mega super ultimate. $39.99. No ads. All the above. Plus day one releases. $199 and you can remove ads from core and standard. Ooh, I like that. That actually sounds like a really good deal. I doubt they'll go that high. In that case, people will use GFN in case it's $20 cheaper. That's also depending on whether or not other prices go up. It also depends on whether or not other companies get more involved in streaming games. Most likely Nintendo. Maybe not Nintendo. Nintendo will probably just stay behind. But Sony will likely follow suit. They'll push further into streaming games. They'll push further into PlayStation Plus and things like that. The idea is that what they want to do, the future that they envision, is that they want to be Netflix. They want the reality of Netflix to be a thing. Like the Netflix of gaming. They want that next evolution of video games so that we can then get away from the idea of players even buying games at all or licensing games at all. And it's all just on a reoccurring payment monthly schedule of them constantly getting money. It makes their sales predictions much easier to manage. It makes it easier for them to market. And then they also will have the ability to curate what games they see fit for us to play. A really good example of this, and this is something that I don't think a lot of people think about, or a lot of people even remember, is that Baldur's Gate 3 never hit any of these subscription services. The Sven Vinke, the head of Larian Studios came out and said that he does not like these streaming services because from his perspective, what they will do is they will create a different environment for games where it's no longer I'm making the game that I want. I'm making the game for this community board that will decide whether or not my game can be on their platform. And I'm going to get paid a flat fee for my game to be paid to get onto their platform. And then maybe I'll get royalties depending on how many people play that game. Okay. So, and it'll go away from like the company being able to set their own price or any of those things. So they get away from that kind of stuff. And then, you know, there's people that are like, well, like you're acting like they're just not going to let anything through. I'd like you guys to keep in mind, Microsoft on a few occasions has passed on games that their leadership didn't put onto the platform because they didn't think it was worthwhile. A really good example of this is when the original Xbox went out and started talking to developers. The original Xbox team went out, starting to talk to developers. The executives that were in charge of approving games for funding and having them on the original Xbox, they declined an offer from a company that had made a PC game, 2 different versions of this PC game. It was a top-down car stealing game where you'd steal cars and you'd run away from the police. It was a little studio that was in New York that was called Rockstar Games. They did not think that this new project that they wanted to do with this 3D game was going to go anywhere. They didn't see how it could be marketable. They did not see it being successful, and they declined the offer and declined the funding. And then that game went on to be Grand Theft Auto 3. So keep in mind, keep that in mind, because this is the future that they're barreling towards. This is what they want, because the best thing for them is that then, you know, oh man, you know, games are getting more expensive, guys. Games are getting more expensive. It's too expensive to make these games. Oh man, again, guys, I don't know what to say. These games are getting too expensive. We have to raise the prices. We have to raise the prices. We have to raise the prices. It's got to go up. Inflation, guys. Inflation's too high, guys. It's too high. Now, some people are going to say I'm fatalistic. I'm going to say I'm realistic. Because we've already seen it happen. It would be different if I was just making this shit up out of thin air. I'm not. We saw the exact same thing happen to movies and television. All the movies and television shows are being made for streaming platforms, not for TV channels. They're not being made for DVDs or Blu-rays. Like, some of that stuff is available, but slowly but surely, because of how convenient they made it at the beginning. And that's the point here, right? You make it very cheap and very, very convenient at the start to get them to buy in. And then after they buy in and they get used to it, then you just crank it up and crank it up and crank it up. And then you put in ads, and then you put in this, and then you put in this. The exact same fucking thing is going to happen. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just going to happen. If you log into Xbox game, if you log onto an Xbox right now, and PlayStation even has the same thing, on the dashboard of the video game console that you purchased for $400, $500, $600, pops up ads for fucking McDonald's. They're advertising to you on hardware that you purchased, on a service that you then purchase. And next, it's going to be on the games that you purchased. Because at the end of the day, baby, it's just a license. You're just licensing it. You don't have any control. It's not yours. Don't want it? Don't take the license. Debts! Dad's. Thanks for the prime. Watch you on YouTube, and here I am. And here you be. Here, have my Prime. Thank you. Spotify is getting a price markup again. Also, shit is happening everywhere. Yep. Microsoft has these ads as well. They sure do. There's a ton of stuff on there's a ton of stuff that you get ads for on like right now. If I there's on my browser, right? On my browser, if I highlight this like this thing here, you know what's like, here's some games that they're trying to market towards me. You know, these are some, like, I don't even follow any of this. Like, that's the crazy thing is that like that's how shit of a job these companies do at this shit. It's like I don't listen to Washington Post. I don't read Slash Gear. I don't read Variety. I don't read Fox News or CBS or any of this stuff. I'm not even paying attention to the election. I could give a fuck less about the election right now. It's not happening everywhere. Costco hot dogs and drinks are still $1.50. Yeah. Woke agenda does not exist. I don't know why you're saying that right now. What is the purpose of that statement? What is the purpose of that statement in this conversation? LD gone full black pill arc? It's not black pill, it's just reality, man. Like, this is just where the shit's gonna go. Ultimately, everyone's beloved market will decide. Yeah, and people will vote with their wallets. Yeah, people will vote with their wallets. Regardless, people are just gonna go ahead and go. They're just gonna pay for it. At the end of the day, they're gonna buy the subscription service. They're gonna do what it is. And in a lot of cases, they're not even gonna be the ones like doing it on. They're not doing it consciously either, right? They're not doing it consciously. They're just doing it. $600 gaming PC and monitor packages are gonna skyrocket. You know what the funny thing is that you probably will see more of that. I would probably see, like, even though, like, because it's not necessarily physical media, but I think that in a lot of cases you will probably start to see more people wanting to pick up PCs. But to be honest, I think the reason why people will want to pick up more PCs is actually more or less because they want to, it's more or less because they want to, sorry, trying to use my brain here and having a hard time getting started today. It's because games are going to go multi-platform. You're going to start seeing more. You're going to start seeing PlayStation games going day one to Steam. You're seeing more. Xbox is already going day one to Steam. You're going to start seeing more of that stuff. And people are going to start to have a hard time justifying owning a console. Especially because, like, here's the thing. Like, say you're one of those gamers that has a PC, has an Xbox and a PlayStation. You're going to see more people that are going to start switching over to a PC if you can get those games on PC instead. Because you're going to have access to even more games. And also games on discount. That's the other thing. Or you can go to GOG and you can get those games without DRM. And then you just permanently have them. You know, you can put them onto a hard drive and download them later or whatever you want to do. Install them or whatever. I don't care about AI taking all our jobs as long as we all get universal basic income. God, we're all doomed. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've when it comes to like topics like that, like AI taking people's jobs and stuff like that, and AI taking people's jobs, automation and things like that, and then people talking about like universal basic income. I think that like people want to like lean back on this idea of like this utopian idea that people would actually use that time to be able to do like, you know, creative hobbies or something like that, or do something that would be good for society. I don't think that's the case. I don't think people would do that. I think most people would probably just waste away. I'll eventually upgrade to a PC because but I'll always still have a console because nothing beats relaxing on the couch and playing a game. Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But that's why you try to build a setup where you can do both. Where you can, you know, I can sit at the PC and work at the PC. I can't do it here just because I don't necessarily have the space, but at one point I'll have another cable that'll go from my PC to my TV, and then I'll be able to play my games on the TV. Plus, on top of that, Steam already has like a console-like launcher that you can use that's built specifically for that purpose. Yeah, you can get a full like console experience out of a PC if you have like your room set up the right way or your house set up the right way. Give people the option to be lazy and remove their purpose in life, and they will. Yeah, you will see a lot of that stuff. I mean, look what happened. Look what happened during COVID. Like, while yeah, you saw a bunch of people on social media being like, "Oh, I'm using this time during lockdowns to improve myself." The vast majority of people fucking ate chicken strips and played video games, watched movies, and drank. Alcohol sales were fucking skyrocketed. I got fat during COVID. I did too. I gained weight during COVID as well. Which was like, I thought I could never do that. I thought I could never gain weight. I was like, I'd live my life as somebody that was like, the only way that I could ever gain weight is by like heavy fucking weightlifting and a very, very heavy like protein diet. That was it. That was the only way that I could ever really gain any weight. And then all of a sudden COVID came and chicken tendies and fucking pizza and shit like that, sitting around not doing anything every single day, never being active, never talking to anybody, sitting in darkness. Yeah, it'll do its number. It'll do its number. You're making me hungry. Yeah, depression eating. What a great idea. Depression makes the food delicious. It's like MSG. Dude, people have been going crazy on this game, dude. Like, part of me wants to play it, but I just don't know if I'd be into playing fighting games anymore, man. It's been so long since I played a fighting game. Essential workers, high five. I thought, well, I was an essential worker until I wasn't. I was an essential worker until I wasn't. And then I was like, because like I had the whole pass and all that shit. I got stopped on the road by a cop once. They're like, "Where are you going?" And I'm like, "To work? Do you have proof that you're an essential worker?" And I'm like, "Yeah." But then the oil industry fucking tanked. It tanked so hard. That shit was crazy. The fact that like holding barrels of oil actually cost the company money. Like, barrels of oil dropped to like fucking below, like, oh god, it was so ugly. And then all of a sudden, because like none of the refineries wanted to produce any fuel because nobody was using fuel. So like production basically production halted. They just about every single refinery that I know of dropped down to minimal production levels just to basically like keep, because like refineries and factories, like, you never just want to turn it off, because turning it off is going to break something. It's going to do more damage. It's better for them to waste the money of like still producing just a little bit of something at a low rate just to keep everything still working. Futures went negatives. The joke going around, they should accept contracts. Yeah. Get paid. Get paid to get oil and then dump the oil and sell the barrels as scrap. Yeah, in a lot of cases, there were some people that were actually doing that kind of shit. Like, there were companies getting paid to dispose of the oil because there was so much of it. Hate that Legendary drops. I know we hate Ubisoft, but their old game is freaking good. Like the South Park series, the old one. I hope you try it sometimes. No, I mean, I've always liked Ubisoft games, but I liked Ubisoft games 10 years ago. I liked them 10 years ago. Getting to and from work from work during COVID was awesome. Yeah, it was fucking insane. It was actually kind of creepy, to be honest with you. It was creepy. Like, at the time, I was stranded in like a major city, and it was weird to be like in a major city and like look down at the roads and see like nobody. I was like, it felt like the zombie apocalypse was upon us. I was like, oh shit, is it about to go down? Is it about to go down? Whatever. Players are now less accepting that games will be fixed, says Paradox, after underestimating the reaction to City Skylines 2's performance, bro. Oh, God, dude. I am of the mind that game developers, like, there's like some of these game developers have brain damage. Like, it's what, like, Paradox Interactive delayed Jail Management Simulator and Prison Architect 2 indefinitely this August. Commenting at the time, notable performance issues, and then system-led design was proving trickier to tinker with. This came a couple months after Crusader Kings publisher washed their hands of the sequel's original developers, Double 11. Speaking to me at Paradox's media day last week, Deputy Chief Matthias Leja, I think that's what it is. Matthias Leja. Offered a shade. Why do writers write like this? Offered a shade more insight on the decision, suggesting that the hard up players have higher expectations at present and are less trusting that developers will fix problems. No. 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 No, 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 no. You're not doing this. You're not saying this. What it is that it's not that players have higher expectations. They have base level expectation that if I am buying something from you, it fucking works. The problem is that ever since the days of the Xbox 360, where we've been allowed to patch games on the fly, all of a sudden, video game developers around the world now think it's fine to ship products at the minimum viability. Does it turn on? How often? It's not does it crash, it's how often does it crash. It's not are there bugs, it's how often will they see bugs. It's not that we don't think you won't fix it. It's that we're getting tired of having to wait for you to fix it. We're sick and tired of you releasing a game that you did not properly QA, and now you have made that a part of the culture of buying video games. It is now the expectation of the players that when we buy a video game, we know we are going to run into something that is broken. We know that we're going to run into performance issues day one. We know that there are going to be a slew of other problems that we're going to run into, and we're sick and fucking tired of it. And yeah, players are going to rightfully call you out and say, what the fuck is this? Todd Howard mentality? Oh, dude, there was such a good quote that I heard from Todd Howard the other day, and I can't remember what it was. I have to watch. I think it was SkillUp brought it up in one of his video. I think SkillUp brought it up in one of his latest videos, where it's like, there's such a good term that I guess that Todd Howard uses, where like they quite literally at their company are setting the expectation that they know that the game is going to come out playing like shit. We've been lulled into complacency for so long. Enough is enough. That's why I only buy products from producers and directors in the gaming industry that I believe that I can trust, because I've had a long history of buying their games, and those games have come out playing the way that they should. The same thing goes for and then outside of that, those are the only games that I will buy within like first day or first couple days after they're out. In the other case, 9 times out of 10, I would rather you just sell me a game in early access. If you know that you are not going to be able to deliver a full product day one, and you know that this game is going to have issues, why are you not releasing it into early access at a discounted price, so that if players want to be there day one, even though the game isn't finished and you know it's not fucking finished, that at least they are going to get a lower introductory price because they bought in first. LD, you know the reason? Money? I know. That's why I wait years to buy a game now. I used to be a pre-order person. I don't pre-order games. I haven't pre-ordered games in a long time. The last game that I ever pre-ordered was Dragon's Dogma 2, but I didn't actually pre-order it. Somebody pre-ordered it for me. So I don't even really count that one. Early access also creates accountability for the developers for the official release. It sure does. And also at the exact same time, early access gives them the ability to make the game even better and test the market to make sure that they're actually aimed in the right direction, rather than going like whole hog on a game, investing everything into it, and then putting it out on the market only to find that nobody actually wants to play it. It's the genius behind Baldur's Gate 3's early access period. They released the game into early access. A lot of people jumped on it in early access, and then they used that crowd to be able to form the game and change the game into one that would be worthwhile for a wider audience. But they just wanted to figure out what players wanted from the game first, and that's why they did early access, and they sold it for cheap. Chief Creative Officer Henrik Faruz also offered thoughts on Paradox, on what Paradox had learned from the disastrous launch of City Skylines 2 in late 2023. Specifically, he said to give actual players access to the game early on, not just testers. Holy shit. Holy shit, they saw the light. I didn't even read that part. They saw the light. The point is to give players early access to the game, not just testers. So the reason why you want to give players access to a game that you know that is likely not going to be finished by the time it hits the market, you want players to help you QA your game. And the reason why you want actual video game players to QA your game is because video game players, not QA testers, will do things that you don't expect. We will try to break your game. We will try to cheat in your game. We will try to go places that we're not supposed to go. We will try to jump on things in ways that we're not supposed to jump on them. We will try to make objects interact that shouldn't interact. We will do all kinds of different things because we're gamers, and the more of us that are out there that you play the game and test things and play with it and things like that, the more things that you're going to find. Testers are there on a mission to find bugs, to find issues, to find all these kind of things. Not to mention, if you give these kind of games and you put these games into the hands of, I don't know, speedrunners, they'll find every fuck up in your game. They'll find it all. We're pretty confident that the gameplay is good, Elijah said about Prison Architect 2, but we had quality issues, which means to give players the game they deserve, we decided to delay it. So it should be the same kind of bucket challenges we had with Life by You, which led to cancellation. It's more that we haven't been able to keep the pace that we wanted, but we want peer reviews of the game and user testing and whatnot. People want to give us feedback, but we're actually pretty good. We actually get pretty good feedback, especially from certain issues that we need to fix. Some of them are harder to fix than others than we thought. Yeah, I might look into more of this later. The rest of it just seems kind of a little bit on the dry side. Plus, on top of that, like, what is up with like bright white websites? Why, like, the funny thing is to me is that like all these journalists are fucking crying about people not reading their articles and they're not making enough money and that YouTubers are stealing all of the show. And meanwhile, you guys still don't have websites with fucking dark mode. Maybe it's because YouTubers are actually thinking about the user's experience and you're not. Fucking hollow. I loved it. Like, you know, one of the things I've seen, there's been stealth game and action game like YouTubers and reactors that have been like talking shit about my downfall of Ubisoft videos. And then like you have like Assassin's Creed like brain rot that's just like, everybody's talking shit about Assassin's Creed, but Assassin's Creed is Valhalla was the best. Valhalla was the best. Goofy as fuck. Can't deal with it. Can't deal with it. Fuck them, get what they deserve. Yeah, I mean, you keep eating shit, you're gonna end up just eating more shit, right? I mean, if you say shit's good to eat, you keep eating it. It's content bloated. It's garbage. I was never even slightly interested in Valhalla. The reason why, like, the funny thing is that when people say it's just like AC Valhalla, watching everyone whine about their game, it's still the most popular and most profitable in the series, without paying attention to the fact that the reason why it was the most profitable and most popular in the series was because everybody was locked into their fucking house and couldn't go anywhere, and everybody wanted something to play, and it just so happened to be like one of the bigger AAA releases that came out during COVID. Fucking come on, man. Someone shared this in the Discord. We'll watch it. This is from Tim Kane. I think he was behind like Obsidian, right? I don't know. I think he works solo now, doesn't he? I don't know if he works for a company now. He's like this is a year-old video though. But it's called Game Development Caution. Pretty short, so it won't take long. Check it out.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim. Today I want to talk about something that, for a lack of a better phrase, I'm going to call game development.
Which I'm going to say thank you guys, by the way, for actually dropping some stuff into the React channel in the Discord. Please put more in there if you can. Except for, like, for some odd, like, somebody threw in, like, a bunch of, like, I think somebody put in some, like, Bible study shit in there for some reason. I don't understand why. Like, I don't understand. This is a video game channel. Like, I talk about gaming news. I don't know why you're putting in, like, a fucking shit about the Bible in there. Like, y'all need to chill. It's just, the fuck? Does y'all need Jesus? Y'all need Jesus. Oh my God. I wonder if I still have the clip. I have to see if I find it. I can look for it. All right. Let's play this.
Hi everyone. It's me, Tim. Today I want to talk about
Can
something
someone share the
that,
Discord?
for a lack of a
you
better
can exclamation point Discord and it will pop it up for you if you guys need a link to it.
phrase, I'm going to call game development caution.
Okay.
Before I start, I'm going to tell you 3 different stories. They're a little different, but then I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. Back when we made Fallout, towards the end, when we were really trying to get it out, we had 2 whiteboards.
Okay.
One whiteboard had a list of features or content that weren't done yet that really needed to get in. And the other whiteboard had a list of what the 10 most egregious bugs were. And next to each person, next to each one of these on these 2 different whiteboards, were listed the person who was assigned to it. We did it in a whiteboard like this so that people could come in the morning and look at it, because this predated Jira or Confluence or anything like that. They could come in, look at the whiteboard and go, oh.
Yeah, there's like you're saying Jira and Confluence, there's like progress trackers and stuff like that for them to be able to, like, share, like, what everybody's work is and what you're supposed to work on today or whatever.
I see something I need to jump on. Worked fine.
Yeah.
I don't think I heard any complaint about it. People liked getting stuff off of that. If they saw something that was like, I'm on that today. Tried doing the exact same thing 10 years later at Carbine.
Okay.
Overwhelmingly, people said, no, do not do that. I will quit if you do that.
What?
If I see my name on that whiteboard, I will quit.
Oh, no. No. Oh, please don't tell me it's what I think it is. Please don't tell me. Is this gonna be like, I don't want other people to know what I'm responsible for. I don't want the pressure of people knowing that I was supposed to finish and work on something. I don't want people to. Good God, dude. I hate when people are like this.
And I said, well, what if we don't put people's names next to it? I'll still quit. People will know it's me.
Oh, God.
Story 2.
So basically what he's saying is that, like, he used to use a whiteboard so that he'd be able to put up everybody's tasks up on the whiteboard and say, hey, John, you're going to be taking care of this bug. Joe, you're going to be taking care of this bug. Mary, you're going to be working on environments today. This person, you're going to be working on this today. These are the deadlines for these things. Let's try to get these worked on. Then he goes to do that at a different company, and when he goes to do it at a different company, people don't want it because they don't want other people to know what work they're responsible for, and they don't want their name to sit up on that board for too long, because if their name sits up on that board for too long, then they think people might start judging them. And you know what? They should be fucking judging you if you're taking too long to do your work. They should be judging you.
When we were making the Outer Worlds,
okay,
I wanted to put in, this is probably end of year 2, so we're still a year away. The combat AI wasn't really in yet, so I asked for a very simple combat aggression code to be added. This is how simple it was. Every time an NPC got shot, they would see if that person was on the list of someone who'd shot them. If they weren't, they'd add them to the list, with the amount of damage they just took. If they were already on the list, they'd just add the amount of damage they took. Whenever they're deciding who to attack, they attack the person at the top of the list. That's it. That's all I wanted. Keep in mind, the advantage of that basic AI, you can make lots of changes later. You can make them that it has the one at the top of the list. If it's different than the person you're attacking, the damage has to exceed
a certain limit.
The damage of the person attacking you by
so that way you don't accidentally shoot somebody and they just immediately go into combat. Like you have to shoot them a couple times before they see you as an enemy. So if it's if it's an accident, you're not gonna have to like save scum or anything like that.
Amount before you change targets. You can take distance into account. You can take whether you can reach them into account, whether you have a ranged weapon into account. All that comes later. That's all I wanted. It got put into the programmer production query queue and came back with an estimate of 4 weeks.
Okay.
I pushed back saying the code I asked for was very simple. I've written it before.
4 weeks? 4 weeks for like I would imagine like a relatively like very simple database, or like it's kind of like a database. I don't know what it's actually called, but essentially if ors like what
would take about 45 minutes. It's basically there's already a callback when you get hit. That's when you look to put them on the list. And there's a callback. There's a call when you want to pick a target. That's when you look at the list and see which one you want to attack. That's it. The programmer who it got assigned to came to me and said, I need 4 weeks. And I'm like, why? Walk me through what you're going to do. And he goes, you don't understand. And I was like, I've coded this 3 times. Walk me through it. And he wouldn't. He left. He left angry.
You wouldn't understand. I've done it myself for decades. I've made this exact same code myself before. You just don't get it.
Lead programmer came back, started yelling at me, saying, if he says he needs 4 weeks, he needs 4 weeks. And I'm like, then I will do it. I'll have it done before lunch. And he said, no, because then people will have to support your code. I'm like, well, let me I'm going to walk you through what I want. And you tell me why this takes 4 weeks. He looked at what I wrote, which was about 10 lines of pseudocode on a whiteboard. And he goes, I'll come back. He came back about an hour later and said, what about 2 weeks? And I said, do I have any options here? Fine. 2 weeks.
That's so crazy. The fact that he writes like pseudocode on the board, which basically gives you the blueprint to just go ahead and do something. This dude says that he can have it done before lunch. And he's like, no, you can't do it because then everybody's going to have to work off your code instead.
Story 3. Leonard and I talk about features all the time, whether it's dialogues or system mechanics or story, setting. We get very into it. Our voices may be raised. We're jumping out of our chairs to draw things on whiteboards.
Yeah.
We're pacing back and forth.
Yeah.
I know I've mentioned this before, but Anthony Davis showed up at our door and said, You guys have to stop yelling. Everybody's getting nervous. It's like mom and dad are yelling at each other. Still don't know who he meant was mom, but we explained that's just us talking.
Yep.
We're not mad, but we're trying to tease apart exactly what to do, and we're getting into it.
Yep.
So, what do those 3 stories have to do with each other? I'm starting to see in the industry, I shouldn't say starting, in the last decade, the last quarter of my career, I'm starting to see this rise of what I can only call development caution, an abundance of caution.
Okay.
Of padding estimates, time estimates of
So I didn't even think about this part of it, where I was like, I've been wondering why is it that games like AAA game budgets have ballooned to such insane values. $300 million, $350 million, $400 million. And it's because, and then it's not only that, but it's also like games they're taking longer and longer to make. While at the exact same time, we've seen a lot of issues where, my issue with it is that we've seen the tools get better. So when you see somebody take 6 years or 7 years to make something in Unreal, when there's so much AI technology built behind these games to streamline the construction of these games in the first place, when you're seeing games like Spider-Man 2018, and then Spider-Man 2 comes out, and that was in 2023, so it was like 5 years. They're likely working on Spider-Man 2 while still working on Spider-Man on the Spider-Man 2018. They have access to all the same models. It's the same fucking city. Like, how do you waste that much time? How does it take 5 years and 3.5 times the budget to make essentially the same game? And it's literally just wasted time. Bureaucracy. Yeah, a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of bullshit. I'm going to need 4 weeks for that. Why? You just don't understand.
Wanting to go around and check with a lot of people to see.
It makes a lot of sense why all of the like industry goats, like the people that have been making games for the longest, that like have worked at some of these studios, publishers for years and years, have left to go start their own studio. Because they're sick and tired of seeing how these companies are running themselves into the ground.
If something's okay, asking, should we do this? I'm not sure. Let's have a meeting. Frequently, people would want to have a meeting to discuss something, and those were the very people who would say, we have too many meetings. I can't get any work done. Now,
Bro, I can't tell you how many times working in construction, there were, like we would have multiple meetings, and then we'd also have like in construction they also have like safety walks where they grab all the project management and we have to go walk all the jobs, even though it's for construction companies that we're not even working with. It's like for other people or competitors in a lot of cases that are out there. We also would have to go to these like long drawn out like 2-hour long presentations and meetings going over stats and figures from like the week prior. And I'm like, and then all of a sudden at the same time, these same people would bitch about how you're not present enough. You're not where you need to be. And it's just like, bro, fucking 3 hours out of my 10-hour or 12-hour day are spent doing bullshit that has nothing to do with the work that I'm supposed to be doing. What do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean? I worked in safety for a bit. And when I was working in safety, like I had to do new hiring and stuff like that. I had to do onboarding, and then I also had to do like auditing and tracking, and then also go to these meetings. And like there's like so many things that they'll try to just distract you and point you in all these different directions. And when they do that, like you don't have fucking time to do the shit that you're supposed to be fucking doing, which then forces the company to hire on people to assist you and take over those positions that you're supposed to be doing. But chances are the people that you're hiring to do that don't have the experience to do that, and therefore are doing a a lower quality job than you would, which then leads to issues out in the field. It's the same thing in the games industry. It's the same thing everywhere. It's all this like bureaucratic bullshit and pussyfooting around that we see, and it's such a massive waste in money. It's such a massive waste of money and time.
Passion can be a really good thing if it leads to less bugs, less stress. Also, I get the fact...
what is this? I'll wait for it to go off.
It sounds like I'm not here to work, I'm here to get paid mentality. These devs and artists their paper pushers focused on their next X post.
Yeah, Jim with the $5 says it sounds like I'm not here to work, I'm here to get paid mentality. These devs and artists, they're paper pushers focused on their next post on X. Yeah, and you actually see that in a lot of these developers as well. I think that's pretty That's a base super chat there, Jim, with the $5. Appreciate that. One thing that I'll say is this, is that hold on, let me think about this a little bit more. My work style is not like, certain people's work styles aren't necessarily like conducive to the work environment that they're in, right? So I get yelled at in construction all the time because people would always see me standing around. Motherfuckers not doing anything. They always want to see you busy. Well, the funny thing is the reason I'm standing around is because all my shit is done. It's all done. I'm the kind of person that does want to be spending my time flipping around on my phone. I am the person that's there that wants to get there, get in there and collect a check. But I'm going to collect that check after my work is done. So what I would do is I would come in, I'd bust ass to get everything that I need done. I'd streamline all of my processes, make sure everything that I needed to get taken care of was taken care of, and then I would fuck off. But the problem is that now you got people that are coming in that it's not the don't work harder, work smarter people. It's just the don't work. Just the don't work people. Don't work too hard. You'll get punished with more work. Well, yeah, there's that as well, right? But at the same time, you got to see it from the business's perspective, which is that, yeah, we're paying you to be on the clock. We're not paying you to hang out. No matter how good you are at your work and how quickly you can get it done, we're not gonna like, oh, just because you can come in and you've figured out how to be able to, minimize costs and time, you haven't minimized the cost of your fucking salary. I think that's the way they look at it. Yeah, you'll run into those positions as well, which is likely what the issues that he was running into, where like he's good at his job, he's driven with the job that he wants to do, but he'd find himself in a position in which a lot of these lazy fucks that are taking 4 weeks to complete a single project that should only take 1 day are keeping him from being able to move forward and keeping a bunch of other teams from being able to move forward.
That because games cost more now.
Yeah.
People are approaching it with this sense of caution because you're not just going to be out a little bit of money. You're going to be out a lot of money if this game doesn't do well. The thing that worries me, though, is games can also be a lot worse because of caution. And everybody who's cautious kind of denies that. They're like, no, we're reducing bugs. We're increasing work balance. People are less stressed. And I'm like, true, but you're also taking a lot less risk in a game, which in many games I think give them less charm. And yeah, even games that have jank have a lot of charm. My games have had jank. I know people talk about jank in other games, things where the AI acts in a bizarre way in certain circumstances, or NPCs say weird things or do weird things. It can be charming. But things have changed, and I know
there's been plenty of times that I've laughed at dumbass AI and stuff in a game. It's all about the end result. It's all about like what the end product actually looks like. And while in a lot of cases, yeah, players want games that don't have bugs or issues or anything like that, what is the fucking case? Or like what's the point if the game is bug free but the game is shit? And when you're taking like these like soft, slow approaches, like that bleeds through not only to like what it does, it infects the workplace culture to the point in which these guys, like the people that are working on these scripts, the people that are designing these games are soft. They're too soft to make anything interesting.
Games have gone from being
imagine a game a game and uninteresting, or a jank game that's uninteresting, one world Starfield. Yeah. And Starfield is that game because that's the company's culture. The company's culture is it ships how it ships and it gets done how it gets done, and that's it. And that's it's not conducive to making a good video game or a good product. And it's definitely not a smart way to manage your employees. Like, you have to have some friction. I've talked about this with Warframe in the past. Like, one of my criticisms of Warframe as a new player is that the game lacks a lot of friction at the beginning. And because it lacks so much friction and everything dies so quickly, it's difficult to motivate yourself as a player to want to get involved in the systems that actually matter in a game like that, like the loot and finding builds and making builds and building different warframes and even just continuing to play the game. Some friction is necessary in life because friction motivates you. This is anecdotal, but it's a story that means a lot to me. When I was in high school, I got in with the wrong group of friends. And they were not ideal citizens, we'll say. They're not ideal members of society. And when I was hanging out with them, I started smoking weed. And that's not a big deal because everybody was doing it. Everybody I knew was doing it. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. And I kept doing it. And I did it through high school. And I did it into college. And then I slowly but surely found myself in a position in which all of my motivation was sapped. Because every time I smoked, I didn't have a worry. I can take care of that tomorrow. All my stress was gone. Stress didn't even exist to me. I was living in a cloud of fluff. I was so happy. It's so great. Devil's lettuce, smoking it right now. Hey, then you can understand. I didn't have any stress. I didn't have to worry about anything. And then all of a sudden I woke up one day and was like, what the fuck? Like I had a girlfriend at the time and she's like, we're breaking up because she was getting ready to graduate college. And I had basically been I was still living in my mom's house. And I didn't even know where fucking time went. And she would tell me something like, hey, well, you need to do this and this. You need to turn your fucking shit around. How are we supposed to keep dating and have a life together when I'm about to graduate? I'm about to go here. What am I supposed to support you? And I was like, fuck, I'll fix it. And then I'll fix it tomorrow. And it enabled a bad part of me. I realized that it's not the substance that's the issue. It's a part of me that is the problem. But it's the substance that brought that bad part of me out. And I mentally wasn't mature enough to be able to handle it the right way. And what it ended up doing is it's not that it demotivated me. It just made me feel like nothing was that big of an issue. Until all of a sudden, I got a kick in the ass from an ex-girlfriend. She broke up with me, and I was like, okay, I'm going to fix my life. I'm like, so I need to get a better job. What's step one to getting a better job? I needed to get clean because they all drug test. I'm like, okay, well, then here we go. Down it goes. And it was rough. Those first few weeks were rough. And it's not like withdrawals, it's mental withdrawal is what it is. Because it's like, you smell it, your brain immediately is like, ah, shit. You see your friends doing it, you're like, ah, shit. You go to play a video game, it just doesn't feel the same. You go to watch a movie, it doesn't feel the same. You go to want to start dinner, and it doesn't feel the same. And it's just like, oh, man, this could all be so much better. And then all of a sudden, when finally it was out of my system, was all of a sudden when I was like, I just got fucking hit with stress. It felt like a dump truck, just your life is fucked. Everything is screwed. You're in you have two credit cards that are defunct, and you have two credit cards that are defunct that you owe on that you're getting letters for. You have college student loans that you haven't paid for that you said you were totally going to fix it, but you just kept pushing it through the furlough and kept pushing it because you weren't making enough money because you're working a dead end job, and it wasn't because you couldn't get a better one, it's because you just didn't get one. And I'm like, oh God, it's all the fucking room was on fire. And then I was like, okay, this is the job that I'm going to go do. I started putting in applications different places. I started talking to different people. The next job I got, I was the most motivated motherfucker you had ever seen. I was there to make bread, baby. I was there to get myself out of a hole. And I worked my ass off. Traveled across the country, then got into construction, then started pushing through that, then finally got out of debt, then made it all the way. And then I was like, oh, I could have been here fucking 15 years ago. 10 years ago, whatever it was. That's how, yeah. Reality. Yeah, reality clicks in. Yeah, it's one of those things where like that complacency leads to a lot of loss that you don't understand, and in a lot of cases, I think there's just a lot of like you're not mentally aware, self-aware. I think that's probably the better way to say it, self-aware, and then you became a YouTuber. Yeah, right? Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? Fuck off. What, are you trying to say, like, now I don't work hard? What?
An expression of an idea of like artwork from a particular person or group of people into a corporate-driven, money-seeking instrument.
Yeah.
And I get it. There's a lot of money going into these. In a way, though, I would argue they always were. You always were making these.
Yeah.
With the idea that, you know, I hope it sells a lot and we make money. But now designs are being driven by this. That's why we have microtransactions. It's why we have pre-orders. It's why we have what we're starting to see lately, where games are, if you pay a little more, you can play it a few days or even a week early. Now, you can't always blame the...
And here's the thing. In a lot of cases, you know, with the things that he's bringing up, a lot of that monetization that we're seeing added into games is ways for them to soften the blow from how much it costed them to develop the game in the first place. How much it cost them to develop the game in the first place. So all of that stuff is all just it's a byproduct. It's a byproduct. Kratos, I'm sorry, I missed your Prime. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. LD getting into the wrong group and smoke a weed. How could we have ever have known? Looks at the multiple guitars in the background. Don't fucking profile me. I'm gonna write on Twitter about this.
Publishers or the developers for this, if people didn't pay for it, they wouldn't do it. It's like spam. If everybody stopped answering spam tomorrow, it would go away. But because a tiny percentage does, it's there for everybody to see.
Yeah.
But, so I'm not really talking about the money-driven part. I'm talking about how the caution is dampening down the ideas. It's why I'm going to double down on this. I've always thought the indie space is a lot richer in ideas.
Yeah.
Probably not money. Certainly not money. But they're much richer in ideas because they take less... they have
more
less
risk.
caution and take a lot more risk.
Yeah, because they're self-managed. That's the difference. They're self-managed, so they have to keep themselves honest. Like, I'll actually say this. This is actually kind of wild to think, but right now, in a lot of cases, I work harder than I've ever worked before because I'm not on anybody else's schedule. I'm not held behind anybody else's deadlines or anything like that. I'm not being told what to do. I'm the one that decides my survival. I'm the one that decides whether I'm sustainable. I'm the one that decides what I make, when I make it, how I make it, and all those kind of things. And in a lot of cases, with that, I end up trying to take bigger gambles on things because I want to have, because I can, and it keeps it exciting and it keeps things interesting, right? If this, like, do you think it's a very smart corporate decision for somebody that when they finally found a very strong live audience out of playing a game like Warframe? Hold on.
I am super late today. When's the game start?
Soon. Thank you for the 2, Samara. Yeah, the game will start really soon. So what I was gonna say is, like, I've been working harder than I ever have before, 6-7 days a week. Sometimes it just depends. Like when I'm researching, writing, all those kind of things. Right now, I brought it up yesterday. Like, I mean, if like my current script right now that I have for the next video is currently at 7,600 words, and it's not even done. It's not even done. I still have to get footage. I still have to continue writing. I still have to do more research. Like I'm working harder than I ever have. And the reason why is because, yeah, I'm not held back by anybody else. And then even more so because I don't know what I'm doing and I just kind of do what I want because I'm the one that's in charge. I take more risks with the choices that I make. Like I was saying before, it switched over to the TTS. You know, do you think it was smart for somebody that finally built like a pretty sizable live audience or not even live audience. Like I was getting a lot of viewership off of the like Warframe stuff, and then I stopped making Warframe content. In a lot of cases, people would go, "Oh, you're getting a lot of views from Warframe. You should just make Warframe content." Most people would think like that. No, not me. I'm just gonna do my thing.
And unfortunately, what I see then is AAAs that dip into indie games for features and ideas. By the way, it's not just publishers and developers that I see all this caution with.
Oh, and of course, by the way, of course AAA publishers and developers are going to be dipping into indie to be able to get ideas. You know what the funny thing is? This video is a year old, right? Yeah, video is a year old. You know what's crazy about this? We literally just saw this with Diablo 4. Diablo 4 straight up went and stole a ton of shit from Last Epoch. They stole a ton of shit from Last Epoch because they didn't have the creativity inside the studios, because they haven't cultivated creativity in their studios for them to be able to make anything interesting or push a genre forward. They have to wait for the indies to push the genre forward, and then they steal ideas from them, and then they put them into their game and take it mainstream. Art is all iterative. The problem is that like on the end, like there's a lot more originality on the indie side than there is on the AAA side. What did they steal? Their like legendary crafting system. There's I don't know, there's like a long list of things. I'd have to go through it, but there's a bunch of things that you would look at and go, "Oh, that's interesting that you're changing it to be like this." Creativity is too risky for them. Yeah, they have shareholders. That's why. How can they do that? Because the game mechanics are not copyrighted, or they're not an intellectual, or they're not patented. That's why Nintendo is trying to patent the Pokeball and how Pokeball mechanics and catching creatures in a game works.
I've seen a huge rise in caution in game journalism. It's become the norm that no journalist wants to risk getting into an embargo situation where they're not given an early access code, so they can't write their reviews earlier than other people. They're worried about not being invited to press events or
access journalism.
Junkets, I think they're called. So a lot of them have gone a lot more cautious in what they say. I really miss the reviews. I'll name a couple, like Scorpia in the 80s and 90s and Deathlock in the 90s and early 2000s. Because those two reviewers said what they thought.
Yeah.
If you put out a game, they'd skewer you for all the things that were wrong with it, but then they'd praise you for everything that's right with it.
Yeah.
Now it's sort of like, well, we really like this, but they don't want to like really double down on it because it may be something people don't like. So like, let's say a journalist,
they don't like, journalists don't cook anymore. Like they used to cook. They used to cook on games before. Like a game would do something fucked up. IGN 7, best to be in the middle of the road. Try to stay as safe as possible. Don't piss off the gamers too much. Don't piss off the game studios too much. Try to play it safe as we can get.
Diversity in a game, he may go, well, I'm not going to say that much because I don't want to come across as being pandering, and also some people yell when you talk about that. So I just see a lot of the passion drain out of game journalism, and they're really just trying to go for what kind of review can I write that generates the most clicks. And I guess this worries me, because if I see this everywhere, if I see this in publishers and developers and now new people entering the industry, they don't have this passion anymore. So, what's the moral of all this? I want to tell people, just go and make it. Make what you want. You don't need a committee to sign off on it. You can always go back and change it. Or if you make something and it turns out not to be good at all and unsalvageable, throw it away.
Yeah, I talked to some folks that were working on Diablo 4. And one of the things that they had brought up, one of the issues that they had ran into, is that every single time, like when it came to like fixing the game or issues that players were complaining about, somebody would bring up a very like straightforward solution that would totally work. and they say, cool, that sounds great. Give that to this person and see if they approve it. Okay, then that person approved it. Okay, now you need to go and take it to another meeting with this other group that's working on this other thing and make sure that they'll approve it as well. And it has to, and every single change and step and things that they want to do has to go through so many channels that by the time, and it's not even just like get approvals, it's approvals and edits, because each one of those people want to make sure that they put their thumbprint on it because they want to make sure it looks like they were working too. Oh, well, he came up with the idea to, what is it? Make instance dungeons. Oh, okay. And then the next person takes it and they're like, well, the instance dungeons are going to be, too hard to make, too interesting with the bosses. So I'm going to say we can do instance dungeons, but we need to repeat some of the bosses to be able to save time. Okay, now there's my thumbprint on it. Then it gets handed to the next guy and he says instant dungeons, and it's going to have some repeat bosses, but players aren't going to care because there's going to be so many dungeons anyway. It's not a big deal. Let's make it where this is the since there's going to be so many of these dungeons and players are going to do a lot of them, we'll make it part of the end game loop of the game, and then we will put some type of standardized thing in it that will give them a gem for their Paragon tree that'll give them extra powers. And then before they know it, when they started out with something that they were trying to do that was going to be different than Diablo 3, they quite literally just made greater rifts. And then they wonder why players aren't interested in the end game of Diablo when it's literally Diablo 3 all over again. It's Diablo 3 with extra steps. And likely those decisions came out of the result of like people that had a good idea, and then that good idea was passed along so far up a chain that by the time it got to the final approval, it didn't even look like what the original idea was. Too many cooks in the kitchen? Yep, too many cooks in the kitchen.
But that rapid iteration to get to some really good idea is a lot better than just being so cautious that you basically creep up to a very mundane game that doesn't show any kind of passion in its development. People can tell. So I started with stories. Let me end with those 3 stories and how they kind of got resolved.
Okay.
So I didn't even try to do the whiteboard solution when I made Outer Worlds. What I did is I made my own Confluence page called, like, I was Tim Kane's top 10 or something. It was in my Confluence space, and I wrote, here are the 10 biggest things I want looked at this week. And there were a few producers who would look at that page all the time. What was great about this solution, nobody could come and complain to me about it because it was in my Confluence space.
Okay.
My own personal but public Confluence space. Also, I'd like to point out that anybody could go to Jira at any time and say, what are the 10 most highly prioritized bugs and who are they assigned to? So we already had that whiteboard virtually.
Yeah.
But somehow it was okay that it wasn't
physical.
Called attention to.
No, it's not that called attention to. It's something like they just don't want it that everybody else can see it all the time and it's right there, right behind them at all times. That's what it is. They don't. It's the physical nature of it. It's so obvious, and the longer your name stays up there, the worse they feel about it. Then somebody said, well, it won't work, and we don't have any kind of baloney to summon during lunch. Let me set up a kiosk. Yeah, exactly. Same kind of thing.
For the combat aggression code, I think I settled on 2 weeks. And
This is describing so many games. Do you guys now see? Like, this is the point that I've been trying to make, and that's why this video is actually really, really good. It helps shed a lot of light on the subject. But remember like the discussions that I try to have, which is that the discussions around like DEI and stuff like that in video games, or DEI in these companies and whatnot, like that is a That's not a it's a, what is it called? Because you have leading and lagging indicators. I think the lagging indicator is actually like what your root issue is, but that's like it's not the root cause. It is like the issues that you're seeing when it comes to like, you know, forced diversity, or like if you see like propaganda in games or whatever it is, like those kind of things are the result of poor management. This is poor management is what he's talking about. And at the end of the day, it's just bad leadership within these companies. They've just hired really fucking bad people to lead the way.
I think it got done faster than that. Great, I got it. I don't think I asked for anything after that. I didn't go and specifically ask for anything because I realized that I was being viewed as some sort of ogre when I knew something could be done faster.
Yeah.
And there was no solution to it, which is why years ago I started thinking, ooh, this is becoming a problem. Same thing with Leonard and I yelling at each other. We just kept doing it. We're like, it's our office. We're shut the door. We're not mad at each other. But this is the way we get things done.
Yeah, you're passionate.
Noted that some people don't like it. We won't get things done like that with you. And let me tell you, I think there were people who felt like they missed out on not being parts of those conversations. Some people would come over. Charlie had his office right next door, and he would the lead designer on Outer Worlds, and he would come in sometimes and join in. Great. Other people didn't do that. You missed out, and I think you missed out on some really fun, active, engaging conversations about game development. But that's the way things are going. So,
well, because the thing is that the way that so this is just kind of the like what technology's kind of done to us over the years, which is like separating people. It's separating people. It's you know, he's talking about like, oh, everything are in these digital spaces. He would have these he would actually have these meetings in his office where these guys are going back and forth, and you know, they're yelling at each other, going back and forth or whatever, and you know, they're actually having like an engaging conversation about what they're trying to do or what they're trying to fix. But you know, a lot of the platforms that a lot of these developers are working on today, and even with remote work, you know, all of their interaction is online. All their interaction is in their workstation. There's no interaction that they're having with the other workers. And how are you supposed to have any like real progress or do anything interesting for that matter if everything you're doing is so secluded?
I'm not sure I have a great solution other than reminding people to be passionate. But I just kind of want to talk about this because it kind of ties into bigger teams and longer development time, and bigger budgets. Just this whole game development caution that's rising up in the industry. So there, got that off my chest.
What? That's a good video. That's a really good video. It's really good to hear from people like this that have that kind of like very very clear and concise opinion on something, and it's a very level-headed take, right? But what he really is saying is just how soft workplaces have gotten, because workplaces have gotten incredibly soft. It's bad. It's really bad. How old this video is? It's a year old, but I mean, it's a year-old video, but it describes everything that's been going wrong in the industry for a long time now. And it shows that like it's been something. This is the other thing too. It shows that it's been something that's been it's an evil that's been within the industry for a long time, because he's talking about stuff that he was developing like a decade ago. So it's not something that just started happening recently. It's something that's been going on for a while. And in a lot of cases, it really is that the business side of these companies is taking over. The creative side has less control, and they have less of a voice. They're unable to be creative in a lot of cases. And the other thing is too is that like think back to like the conversations I was having about the Ubisoft interviews that I had, right? That toxic positivity. And that's exactly what this is. It's that same toxic positivity. You know, don't hold people publicly accountable for the things that they need to do. Have it be privately accountable for what they need to do, because we believe, according to our research and according to industry leads, it's best to keep these kind of things private, and people are more motivated to do their work. I don't think so. I think it's the opposite way around. I think if you aren't holding your employees accountable and doing it in front of everybody else, they don't have any, like, who do they have to prove themselves to? There's no competition. There's no heat. And like, from my perspective, when you work for a company, I think that every day that you work there, you should be proving to everybody else that you belong. That's me. I'm sure there's people who are going to disagree with that, but from my perspective, I think that every day you go to work, you should be proving that you belong there, just as much as the person that's working next to you, or the person above you, or whatever. People did take this video and use it out of context. How did they use it out of context? There's a part 2. Yeah, it doesn't look like a lot of people watch the part 2. We'll watch it. It's only 10 minutes. Merit. Yeah, merit's a good way to say it. You prove by doing your job. It's not hard. It's not hard. Just do your job. Yeah. Yeah. And plus, on top of that, the other thing is that when you give people too long of deadlines, and you yourself know as a manager that that this task can be completed realistically and conservatively within a certain amount of time, if you don't give your employees that nudge that's necessary, that timeline that's necessary for them to be able to get it completed within, like, what you realistically think can be done, those employees are never going to see how far they can push themselves to accomplish something. They can never find out what their real strengths are. They can never find out how to optimize their work or anything like that. If you have a task that you're giving them that could be completed in 1 day, but you're giving them 4 weeks to do it, how do you think that employee is ever going to grow? They're not. Like, the entire video game industry has a fucking horrible project management problem. It's unreal. The amount of money that they're spending, the lack of talent that they have, the very little that they push any of their employees to better themselves in any way. It's crazy. What's the worst boss that you've had? So I worked at a cell phone store, and I picked up the job randomly. The guy offered me a job because he's like, I think you'd be an absolutely killer salesman. I think that you present very well to people. You have some kind of charm. And I think that you would be able to make a lot of money if you worked for me. And I was like, okay, I want to make a lot of money, so that sounds good. So I came to work at this cell phone shop. We were slinging cell phones out of truck stops. That's what it was. We weren't even, like, I thought it was actual storefronts. Little did I know when I came in for my interview or whatever to, like, get all signed up for work. Yeah, they were slinging cell phones out of truck stops. It was like, it was like they were official, but it just, like, wasn't in the most official of places. And the workers that they got were not the most official workers either. And so, like, a lot of the people that were working at this company, come to find out, they were fucking scumbags. And I was like, well, I'm not really a scumbag. Like, I could do some scummy shit, but I've always tried to use my powers for good, not for evil. And I was in a rough place, so I figured, you know what? I'll do the job, but I'll just try to make sure that I do it as ethically as I possibly can, right? And I did a fucking good job. I made a lot of money being an ethical salesman. Like, I was genuinely there to, like, help people because I believed in the product that I was selling, and I would do everything I can to make sure that that product met the needs that they had. That was the whole idea, because that, from my perspective, that's what a real sale is. Your job is to make sure that you can deliver a valuable service to the person that is buying that service or product or whatever it is. You are there to fulfill a need, and that's what I was doing, and I did a damn good job at doing it. And I made a heck of a lot of money for the company, but the entire time, these motherfuckers would come in the upper management, the president of the company and the other managers would be like, hey, you could have sold him more. You could have charged him more for that phone. You could have done this. You could have put him on this plan and you would have made more money. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, yeah, but that he couldn't afford that. Well, you don't know what he could afford. And I'm like, I do, because I talked to him. I wanted to make sure it was actually affordable for him. I don't want to give him something he can't pay for. We're not going to get money out of it if that's the case. And they're like, well, they're going to lowball you. They're going to do this. You should try to sell him this phone. And I'm like, those phones, those phones are going to break down in like 4 months. Those are pieces of shit. And he's like, yeah, but we make a lot of money when we sell these because they're low cost. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to fucking do that. Like, I remember they were trying to get me to sell these, like, this is back when like Androids were like really starting to heat up and hit the market. And they were selling these, like, I forgot what it was called. It was like a BlackBerry knockoff. It was a piece of shit. A Palm is what it was called. A Palm. Garbage phone. Absolutely garbage phone. And they were trying to get me to push those. And I'm like, I'm not going to sell that shit. I know that they're pieces of shit. I know they break down after only like a couple months of use. And they're like, oh, well, you did, like, always trying to talk me into doing all these things. I'm like, man, it just sucked that that's like how these guys were. I just kept my nose down. I kept doing what I was supposed to do instead of listening to them. I still did good, right? And the best thing is that because of how I treated my customers, those motherfuckers would come back all the time to buy shit. They'd always be coming back. I want to get a phone for my wife. I want to get a phone for my kid. I want to get this. I want to get that. They'd always come back, and I would keep making a lot of money. So one day they were like, hey, we're going to give you a promotion. And I was like, holy shit. Really? And they're like, yeah, cool. They're like, but you're not going to stay here. And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, you're going to go to this other store. And this store was in the hood. But the hood made a lot of money because it was the most popular truck stop that we had in the area. They started funneling people that way, right? So a ton of people would go there. And I'm like, well, I don't really want to, that's much further away from home. I'd rather stay where I am. This is where my customers are. Yada, yada, yada. They're like, well, if you do not take this promotion, you will not be offered it again. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up? If you do not take this now, you will never be offered it again. I just sat there like, well, and here's the thing. Like, people would say like, oh, then I quit. But the problem is that we don't understand is like where I grew up, where I came from, there was not a lot of like better paying jobs for me to go to. I didn't have enough work experience for me to find something better. I was not in a financial position to be going and just looking for another job. Like, that was it. I would back up against the wall, basically. And actually, the funny thing is that I probably would have thought about quitting if it wasn't for the fact that only like a week before this happened, my car that I had completely broke down. It was totally fucked, and I ended up having to take a loan to get a new car. So I was already on like even lower finances, and now I just signed a loan for a car. So I need to keep my job. Right. So I had no choice. I took the job. And I took the job. I came out to this place. The guy that was there was the best salesman in the entire company. He was a 3 times convict. He wild shit, slinging drugs, all kinds of shit like that, right? But apparently he had cleaned his act up. But he was one of those people where, like, you can take that kind of maybe you can take that person out of that environment and give them like a decent job, but like he still wanted to like run. He still wanted to like work like he was running the streets. And I mean, he would rip off anybody, anytime, anywhere, overcharge, do all this crazy shit. Like people would come in pissed every single day after this guy would work. It was the worst fucking environment to be in. And I would have to try to like somehow talk around how this dude, like, because I'm like, I don't have anything to do with it, but I'm not gonna, if a white or black is a white guy, yeah, and Greek to be accurate. But yeah, color doesn't matter. Everybody's a piece of shit. Everybody can be a piece of shit. We're all just different shades, baby. We're all just different shades. And I'd have to fucking clean up behind this fucking guy all the time. Like, all these people would come in pissed off, so angry about shit, and I'm like, I don't know. Let me try to figure out. I would end up just having to deflect and be like, you're gonna have to talk to him when he comes in. That's all I'd have to do. You have to come. You'd have to. You don't. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And this dude was the manager of my. Okay, I have to keep going with this. Yeah, I'll just tell the whole fucking story. So basically, I go to the store. I have to keep cleaning up after this dude, right? You know, I have to keep worrying about his bullshit all the time. Fucking deflecting his customers, listening to him tell me how I need to start ripping off people too, and tell me all these different ways how I need to do certain things or say certain things. Like, he's a fucking genius. This dude had the biggest ego of anybody you'd ever met in your entire life. And part of that, you kind of admire it a little bit when you see somebody that has an ego like that, that's like riding high on life, and you're like, man, I wish that was me. Especially when you see how much money they're making and shit. But I didn't let it get to me. And I just kept my nose down. I worked hard. I did my thing. This dude, next thing I know, I'm there for about a year. And then the store manager leaves, and they're like, all right, we need to get a new store manager. We're going to pick somebody. And I'm like, it's going to be me. I'm the assistant store manager. Like, that's my gig. Like, you just promote me. No, they go and they take this motherfucker who was just a salesperson, never had any management experience in his entire life, and they promote him to a fucking store manager. So now you have a guy that's never managed anybody ever, making fucking schedules, doing fucking orders, like setting the pace for everything in the store, doing sales projections, all this kind of shit. And I'm like sitting there and I'm like, holy shit. He's supposed to be he's supposed to be the guy that's training and hiring employees. He's never done any of that stuff before. I had already done all of those things before. And on top of that, I was the one that like had like a clean work history there. It's one of those things where it's like, I looked at the president of the company because he's the one that made the choice. And I'm like sitting there, and I even asked him before he made the choice, or after he made the choice, I was like, hey, I just want to know, what the fuck are you thinking? And I'm like, I am clearly the most skilled person for this job. I'm like, you could still get all the money that you're going to make. You'll probably make more because you're going to be taking him off the sales floor. Well, you're just going to have to make up for that. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Well, come to find out, the reason why it happened was because the president of the company and that guy in question, well, they just so happened to be, neighborhood best friends growing up. So like that whole thing played into it, right? Then on top of that, as another year goes by, and I just at that point, like my motivation to try to work harder at this company was completely sucked away. I was like, I'm just gonna come in, I'm gonna do my job, I'm gonna leave. That's it. I'm not gonna worry about anything else. I'm not gonna worry about trying to move up in the company or get my own store or any of those kind of things. And this motherfucker comes in, and after like a year or two of working with him, he just lets go of the wheel entirely because he has me doing a lot of the management stuff on the side, right? And he just lets go of the wheel entirely. And what ends up happening is he ended up breaking his leg. When he broke his leg, they gave him pain meds. The minute that he gets on pain meds, he couldn't get off pain meds. He stayed on them. Then he got more of them. Then he started coming into work just completely glass-eyed, like nobody's home. I'd never seen anybody like this in my entire life. I was like, dude, this is crazy. It's like I'm talking to a ghost right now. And he's talking to customers. And the customers are asking me, they're like, what's wrong with this guy? And I'm like, I don't know. I think he's just under the weather right now. I had to call the president of the company, tell him what was going on. And he's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yes, dude, I'm sure. I asked him, and he said he's high. And he's like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll come down and I'll check it out. And then he comes down, he checks it out, he talks to him. It happens again. I bring him down, and I'm like, dude, you got to do something about this, man. I'm like, you can't. I'm like, and he's just like, look, I'm like, are you going to do anything about it? Are you going to kick him out? You going to fire him? You going to lay him off? You going to send him home or something like that for a while? What are you going to do? And he's just like, I'm not going to. The fucking president of the company says, I'm not going to do anything about it. He's making money. A week later, I took vacation because I ended up talking to somebody that actually had a lead on being able to do this like little apprenticeship program. It was just something to be able to get you into like some like, you know, non-union stuff just to be able to get your foot in the door. They actually had a class that was like 2 weeks long that you could take. I took 2 weeks vacation. I went and I took that class. They didn't pay you for it, but they would pay you if you passed it. So you get paid for the 2 weeks that you worked. I passed it. They paid me for my 2 weeks of work. I put my 2 weeks in and I quit. That company got shut down, by the way. Yeah, I don't think they exist anymore. It's fascinating how much common love to brag about how being I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I wasn't gonna deal with that shit. Like, and the thing is that like I was so common sense about working at this place, and nobody ever wanted to fucking listen to me, and it just blew my mind. Like, there was at one point in time, the company was going through a really big issue where they were having a hard time holding employees. I wonder fucking why. But they were like, we need to go to job fairs. And I'm like, well, why don't you guys just like set up a booth at like a high school or a college and like hire some like young educated kids to come in and start, you know, and start as like, you know, an entry level employee. And they're like, no, we're going to go to the job fairs that are like being held in like the two cities they went to were like cities that were just straight up ghettos. And I'm like, that have like the worst economy, like the worst, like, and it's not that you don't want to make sure that you're trying to give opportunities to everybody, but I'm like, if you guys want to do something, like, you need to put yourself in positions in which you're going to try to find the highest quality employees possible. The places that they were going is that they were basically looking for people that were like the places that they were going to. And this isn't to like profile or anything. It's just the reality of the place where I lived. You know what I mean? Like, if you guys have lived anywhere like Detroit or Chicago or whatever, like, you know, the neighborhoods, you know, like what's going on in those places. And in a lot of cases, the people that you're going to attract when you go to these places, a job fair, yeah, it's basically like the government will open up a little area for people to come by and try to solicit work to other people. The towns that they were going to were towns that the only people that you were going to get were people that were just trying to get an application in or a couple weeks of work in so that they could then go back onto unemployment. It's just there were just people that were trying to extend unemployment. That's all it is. And that's what they were. That's all they got. And then there was one girl that came in that they hired. Oh, I think she's great. She's going to be awesome. She came into work the first day, completely fine. Normal girl, like super nice. I thought she would probably do fine. The next day she came into work, she was so doped up on heroin that I couldn't even fucking like, she kept nodding off while she was talking to customers. And I'm like, I can't believe you'd come to work at a sales job like this. Like, this girl, I'm not even kidding you. Somebody handed her a cell phone. Like, so the guy came up to the register and was like, yeah, I'd like to see that case right there. And this girl goes, oh, opens the case, holds the phone case like this and goes, I come from the bathroom. The dude standing at the register just like looks at me and he's just like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what the? And I'm like, hey. And I clap my hands and she's like, and I'm like, what are you doing? And she's just like, huh? Like, so confused, doesn't even know where she is. And I'm like, dude. The guy walks away. I'm like, hey. Or I'm like, are you okay? I'm like, I know what's wrong with her. I can tell because I've seen people like this before. I've had friends that got hooked on bad shit. So I'm like, I know what's wrong. I know what she's doing. And I'm like, are you? I'm like, what's going? Oh, I didn't get any sleep last night. Oh, okay. I'm like, I've had sleepless nights. I don't look like that. Like, I mean, like, her eyes are like tanned, like they're like tanned, and like wrinkled and like it just like her face is like without any color and shit. And I'm like, dude. But I'm like, you should probably go home if you're not feeling well, right? I'm like, I'm trying to give you an excuse to leave work. Like, you're fucking high. Like that feels like probably the best thing to hear. Oh, I can go home rather than be high at work. And this girl's like, no, I'm fine. I need this job. And I'm like, well, I'm just saying you don't look well. I don't want you here if you're sick. You need to go home and rest and then come back in. I'm like, it's not a big deal, right? I was being like I was hoping that this is just going to be like a, hey, don't do that shit and come to work. That's all I was trying to go for here. No, I got this. And I'm like, okay. So then I'm like, well, yeah, I'm like, you know how to open the store? I'm like, we have to count the register next. This girl opens the register and goes, 1, 2. Me, stomp on the ground. 3. I'm like, holy shit. And I'm like, at that point in time, I'm like, okay, dude. I'm like, you need to call a ride and you need to go home. And she's just like, what? No. And I'm like, you're high. You're so high right now. And I'm like, I don't know what you took. You cannot be here. I'm like, that's it. You need to go home. And she's like, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, I 100% can. And I'm like, stop giving me any pushback on this. And she's like, no, you can't tell me to go home. You can't do that. And she's like, all I need is, I just need some energy. I'll get a Mountain Dew. And then she walks over to go get a Mountain Dew. And I grab the security guard and I'm like, I'm going to fire her when she comes back. If she doesn't leave, I'm going to need you to get her out of here. And he's like, well, what's going on? I'm like, fucking look at her. And he like looks and he's like, damn. He's like, damn, she's fucked. And I'm like, yeah. So she gets her Mountain Dew, comes back over, and I'm like, you're not coming back here. Leave. And she's just like, for what? And I'm like, you're high. You're fired. Get out. And then like the police ended up having to escort her out because she wouldn't walk away. For what? Don't worry. A little Mountain Dew will fix it. A little Mountain Dew will fix it. Shit was crazy. Wait, you got money from unemployment? I didn't get any money from unemployment. My last employer fucking took me off the unemployment list. They fucking denied my unemployment when I tried to get it. Fucking bullshit. Yeah. Well, luckily the place that I was at had like, this is crazy. You want to know how, you remember when somebody was like, you worked in the hood? What does that even mean? The truck stop I worked at had police security. Essentially, a gas station had to have police security. That's the kind of place I was working in. I remember my first week that I was working there. I came to work and I smoked cigarettes at the time. And I went outside on my break to go smoke. And there was this place that was across the street that sold like Italian beefs and stuff like that. Oh my God, dude. Oh God, their stuff was so good. So good. Like we're talking like the nastiest, dirtiest grills you've ever seen, so you know it's gonna be good. You know when like the conditions of the fucking of the restaurant are so low that you're actually okay with it because you know it's probably gonna be fire. So I'm standing outside and I'm smoking a cigarette on my break, and all of a sudden I hear pop, 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 and I'm like, "Is that fucking fireworks? What is that?" No. Across the street at that Italian beef shop, some dude comes stumbling out of the front door, shirt covered in blood. I mean, it just looks like red from my position, so I couldn't even really tell what it was. And I'm like, holy shit. He goes fucking dark. He runs, not really runs, he's like hobbles across the street towards the gas station that's like on the opposite corner. All of a sudden, from that fucking Italian beef shop, dude kicks the door out, walks out, gun in hand, points it, pop, 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 shoots that guy 3 times in the back. I'm talking like 20 feet away from me. And I'm just sitting there like, the thing is, when you see something like that happen in front of you and you've never seen something like that happen, you just freeze. You don't even know what to think. Your brain's not even comprehending what you're even seeing. And I'm sitting there like, and then all of a sudden, once the cop bursts out of the gas station that I was at and runs towards his car, and then the dude turns and sees the cop and fires 2 shots at the cop, that's when finally my brain and my neurons connected, and I was like, oh fuck. And I just like ducked down, and I'm just like hiding behind like a dumbass. I'm hiding behind like a fucking picnic table, like that's really gonna protect me or anything like that. And dude jumps like into his car because his windows were down. The guy across the street that was at the Italian beef shop jumps into his car, reaches inside. He's obviously reaching for another magazine or whatever it rounds. I don't know what the fuck kind of gun he was using. And doesn't refill in time. Cop gets his door open, takes a couple shots at him, doesn't hit him. Guy gets into his car. He drives off, right? The cop gets in his car, drives off. This motherfucker's so stupid and in such a panic that instead of actually like trying to drive anywhere else, they circle the block like 3 times, like the same block. I don't even know. I'm like sitting there and I'm like, is this dude's fucking mind on like repeat right now? What the fuck's? I'm like, and so now you're just watching just for the fucking show, and you're like, what the fuck, dude? You're talking to the other employees that are out there, and like you see the one dude that's like, he's probably dead, that's across the street. You're just like, holy shit. And then the dude comes around the corner, crashes into a light post that I think was like just across the street from where the guy was shot. He gets out of the car and the cop just runs his ass over. Just fucking nails his ass. Craziest shit I've ever seen. Craziest shit I've ever seen. I don't think I'll ever see anything like that ever again in my entire... I hope I never see anything like that again in my entire life. But yeah, the dude goes to like get out of his car to like start running, and he had like his gun in his hand, and the cop just said, fuck it. It was fucking crazy. Post this story on YouTube. It's already on there. It's on the VOD. It's probably gonna get demonetized now. Yeah. Cop has one hell of a report to write. You're telling me. You're telling me. Yeah, that shit was fucking crazy. Based police officer. It's I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I think from his perspective, guy's already shooting at you. I don't think that there's any rule against them being able to use their car. Like, they already use their car to like knock people off the road and shit at high speed chases and whatnot, right? Non-lethal takedown. Yeah, it didn't kill the guy. No, the other guy died though. The guy the dude shot. The only reason the guy died was because he was using I forgot what kind of round it is. Basically, what kind of like the rounds, like when you get shot with them, they break into a ton of pieces inside of you. So, yeah. Yeah, hollow point probably then. Yeah. Yeah, it was like 9 millimeter hollow point, I think is what it was. Fucking crazy, man. You see some wild shit when you work in the hood. You see some wild shit. All right, let's watch part 2.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, my fucking headset turned off.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim. And today I want to do part 2 of game development caution. Because that video got a lot of views and a lot of comments, and I kind of want to talk about it. Yeah, I know the lighting's weird. It is just dark in Seattle all the time sometimes.
Dude, lighting is such a fucking pain in the ass anywhere you live. Like, I'm desperately waiting for the day that I get an office and that office is in the basement. I want it so bad. So then that way I have controlled lighting all the time. It'll always be the same lighting. I can't wait for the day.
Today's a dark day. So I just turned on the overhead light. See how this goes. So, I did the video on game development caution. And on the one hand, there was a lot of really good discussion about it. And that was great. I loved that there was discussion, because that's kind of what the game development business needs. It needs people talking about things, talking about processes, talking about problems, just telling people this is what it's like so you can make an informed decision if this is the job you want to do. But there was a problem that ran through the comments on that video, and some of the places that picked up the video continued what I considered to be
inaccurate,
an issue with.
Yep. I'm really interested in this one now. This video is going to be very interesting, because this goes along with a lot of the things that I've been talking about, where you have a lot of these issues where people will hear things that they think is agreeing with whatever their biases might be, and then they take it and they run with it and they turn it into something else.
How that video was taken, and the problem was that they were focusing on individuals. People were listening to the stories I told and focusing on one of the individuals as the problem, and not what the problem was I was trying to illustrate.
It's an industry,
I mean, I can give an example. There were a lot of people that said
issue.
I was the bad guy, that I was the obvious bad boss, that I wasn't listening to the people who were working for me. I wasn't accepting their estimates. I was yelling in my office. It's funny. I know I kind of said we were yelling. We were just having a discussion. What
does it matter? See, the thing is that, like, but what does it matter if you're yelling? You're like, oh, so you're talking about how video games need to be a toxic work environment, right? Like that's the line of thought they'll run with this too. They'll focus on the individual stories themselves and not the overarching issues that this brings into game development, business management, project management, or anything else. It's so stupid, because then they hear his comments and the story he gives, and they're like, oh, so you're justifying treating your employees poorly. So you're justifying giving people unrealistic deadlines. That's not what he said. Alyssa Mercante would like to know your location, Tim. You know what? I need to talk about that at one point as well. I don't want to mix it into this at all, but there's something about that I have to say as well.
It bothered me when I found out, oh, people were bothering. I'll shut the door. We'll go do it somewhere else. But the point of that was more of people don't want to talk about issues in detail like that. Yeah. Most of them just want to be told what to do. That's kind of the point. I wasn't saying that these people are bad. I'm saying the process that they find themselves involved in is bad.
Yeah. That's the other thing too, is that, like, this goes back to that, like, DEI discussion and soft workplaces and things like that. The crazy thing is that it's actually not the people, it's the process that is producing bad employees and bad video games. If the process was better, then you're better utilizing the talent that you have. And if you know how to use your talent, then you're getting better products. It has nothing to do with, like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's probably some bad hirings that are being made, but, like, there's more to the story than that.
A lot of people were like, oh, you should have just fired some of those people involved. They didn't want the whiteboard up, fire. Gave you bad estimates, fire them. That's totally missing the whole point of the video. And I'm torn, because I think when I'm talking about...
What is it? Oh, Cali, based on your firearm knowledge? I didn't know what the rounds were. I've only ever shot shotguns in my life, and I'm not from California. No.
Things I do better. I've
never really been like a hand, no. I like shotguns and stuff like that are really cool. Like, those are fun to shoot, skeet shooting and stuff like that.
Specific examples. It illustrates it and kind of roots it in reality, and these are real problems that happen. These are real things that happen.
Yep.
But the problem is, people when they focus on the wrong thing, it makes me think that they're like a doctor who, rather than trying to find out the cause of your illness, you're just being given pills to treat the symptoms.
Yep.
So it's like, oh, I've got this pain in my side. Here's a painkiller. That's not what I wanted.
Yeah.
I want to know why
does
I
my
have a
side
pain in
hurt?
my
Yeah.
side. I don't want a painkiller. Although when I had the kidney stone, as soon as I found out it was kidney stone, I wanted all the painkillers they could give me.
Yeah.
I was like, get science in the room. I need more painkillers. But similarly, saying, well, Tim, you're a horrible boss. No one will ever want to work with you. I agree. There's people who don't want to work with me. And probably some people on this channel who wouldn't want to work with me, and I wouldn't want to work with them.
Yeah.
A lot of people do. That's missing the point. There was a problem getting people involved in a way that I think is part of their job. That they should be thinking, I'm putting this feature in. Is this going to connect right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's that point that I made earlier where I said, it's this idea of putting everybody else into their own separate spaces and what the impact on a game is going to look like because of that. Because you're not holding people publicly accountable for the things that they're working on, because these people are not involving themselves with other people at work. What is the impact of that going to look like over time, especially when games are taking, 3, 4, 5, 6 years to be able to develop, and you have so many employees that are in the company? What is that end product going to look like, especially when you're not working with other people that can challenge your ideas? And the only person that can challenge your ideas is your direct manager. That's not how this thing should work. That's not how creative projects should work. And, when I saw that there was a lot of people that were pushing for remote work, I think that it's okay to have people in remote work depending on what work they do, but I don't think it should be for anybody and everybody that wants to have it. I think that's one of the issues when I look at video games specifically, because of the kind of business that it is, because of the kind of process that's necessary to make a good video game, that I don't think it's very conducive to making a good game to have the vast majority of your employees working from home. And I would like to see some examples. I would love to be proven wrong, but I'd like to see some examples of games that came out that were fucking bangers and the majority of their staff or half of their staff was working from home. I don't think there's a lot. I think that it just depends on the role that you take. Like Digital Extremes, as an example, DE has people that work remotely, but the people that work remotely are typically not the people that are having an impact on the creative, on like the creative aspects or the direction of the game overall. Okay. You don't need to say everything in caps. Jesus. 11th Hour Games, the creator of Last Epoch. See, but the thing is that okay. I don't know if you were here for the beginning of I was waiting to you were waiting to get me with a gotcha? Why? The fuck is wrong with you? Sorry, so hard to get noticed? No, it's not hard to get noticed. I've been reading everybody. I haven't seen you type at all. Last time you typed was haha, like laughing. I saw you laugh. Chill, man. So let me approach what you said. What he's talking about is a AAA corporate work environment. And one of the things that he brought up in his previous video is that indie companies are more likely to take risks because they're an indie. There's more writing on the line. There's more money. It's their money that's writing on the line. And that brings a different dimension into this conversation. While, yes, an anecdote like 11th Hour Games, the guys that made Last Epoch, I know exactly how they came together. They were Path of Exile fans that met on the Path of Exile Reddit, and that's how they got started. And that's awesome and great, but that's basically the exact same thing as a single person dev, because their dev team isn't like massive. Their company's not massive by any means, but there's that innate risk that's already there because they're an indie company and it's their first game, so they're already taking risks. What he's talking about and what I'm talking about is remote work with large corporations that have, thousands of employees that are working on something. And in a lot of times they're working on projects that have like multiple iterations of a game that's existed for a long time. And it makes it really difficult to stay creative and to keep all of those employees honest when you're spread that thin and those employees aren't in the workplace. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I want to make sure that's pretty clear because I like these are, from my perspective, those are two completely different things, completely different topics. Unless you believe that 11th Hour Games is ran the same way as Obsidian, Xbox, Blizzard, EA, or whatever else, which that's not true. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right. Now explain it with a food terminology.
Why do people? Why are we even needed this? Nobody asked me why we needed that AI I suggested. It was needed because designers were blocked on testing combat. The suggestion I added, I thought was reasonable. 45 minutes of code connected in just 2 spots, 2 locations, through events. An event system that already existed. No unit tests. No, well, how would this be extended? This code was designed to be thrown out. It served a purpose. I could do a whole thing on rapid prototyping, and maybe I will, but rapid prototyping just isn't a thing in the industry anymore. And it was hard to get people to understand. I'm just trying to unblock something here really quickly.
Yeah.
You will still be scheduled to do the real AI when it's really going to go in a few more months.
Yeah,
we just need
a framework.
The designers and level designers, especially who are making encounters, to be able to get a little better feel for how those encounters will go.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's talk about a non-game example. Maybe if I illustrated this with a non-game example, it would make more sense.
Is he going to make a food example for me so then I don't have to use it in food terminology?
Let's say there was an intersection near your house. 2 streets intersected. And there were always accidents there. Cars are always running into each other there. Now, a reasonable person might go, okay, are there trees or hedges or other things blocking view there? Maybe we need stop signs or a stoplight, or maybe we need to replace it with a roundabout.
Yeah.
Those are reasonable discussions to the problem I just mentioned.
Yeah.
People asking questions about what could be the cause of this, and here are some possible solutions. Instead, how I see people talk about it is, oh my goodness, they should ticket everybody who has an accident there, and if you have more than one accident, you just get your license removed. That'll fix it. Or they say, why don't we just reduce the speed on those roads and all the nearby roads to like 10 miles per hour? Then there probably won't be accidents because people can stop in time. And even if there are, no one will get hurt.
Yeah.
Or they go, there's accidents there and people are getting hurt a lot. We should build a hospital right on the corner. So then when people get hurt, we can take them right into that hospital. And it's like, all those suggestions, people think they're being reasonable and intelligent, and this is
why are you taking it to such an extreme when all you have to do is just use the simple solution? Or it's like maybe we should think about putting in stop signs, we should look for blind spots and things like that, and they're like, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go do a bunch of other things. Actually, you know what? Instead of thinking about the stop signs or anything like that, why don't we go ahead and put the roads down first? And then we need to go work on this other thing. And then we'll let Tim or John, actually, or you know what? Let's get the intern, Ralph. Yeah, come over here, bud. Ralph. Yeah, Ralph, we're going to go ahead and we're going to have you work on this. We're going to give you about 4 weeks to figure out where the stop sign should go. The roads are already going to be in place, unblocked. People can go ahead and drive through, no problem. But he'll get that taken care of. Don't worry about it.
Fix this problem of accidents at this intersection, but they're looking at the wrong thing. Yeah. They're either punishing the people for having the accidents or making it so that the accidents still happen, but the side effects aren't as bad, either in damage or the accidents happen just as badly, but you've got something there to fix the people.
Daniel, I love that. Damn, build a hospital close to the place with the accidents. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what it ended up being. Oh man. Okay, we're building an intersection. Where do we need the stop signs? Where do we need the stoplight? Nah, don't worry about that. Let's build a hospital next to it.
It breaks my programmer brain that people think those are suggestions, reasonable suggestions to. There's an intersection.
What is this?
There's a trend of game devs blaming their company for everything, while avoiding any accountability. They deserve to be replaced by machines.
You know what? So, North or Fourth, back. I'm just gonna say back. Thank you for the 5 for one. In a lot of cases, I'm actually seeing that. Looking at how a lot of these games are managed and how these people are working at a lot of these companies, I actually do feel like in a lot of cases it actually is the company that's the one that's holding them back. It's the bureaucracy of that company. It's the management. It's the executives. It's the shareholder sentiment. It is all of these things that are getting in the way of the creative process, and it's stopping the actual people sitting at a computer from doing the job that they need to do, and from the creatives from actually being creative. Because they're going to these creatives and going, hey, you need to make sure that this game has this in it, and this in it, and this in it, and it can't do this, and it can't do this. The game is behind this IP. We're using Disney is funding this. So because of that, it can't have this in it. It can't have this in it. It can't have this in it. Now do us a favor and make a really creative and awesome game. The funny thing is that what you're saying, they should be replaced by machines. In a lot of cases, that's exactly what these executives want, because the last thing that they want is people that are out there that will ever say no. Because guess who's not going to say guess who's not going to say no? The AI that they give a command to and tell them, hey, make me a story about, this character this way and that does this. They already are machines. They're forcibly turning them into machines. I've always, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of developers that'll hop onto the internet and say some dumbass shit. A lot. But one thing that I will say is that I'm not really somebody that wants to go and start blaming the folks at the desk that are the ones that are screwing up. It's the leadership that's the issue. It's the leadership, and it's also just the byproduct of these companies being having to bend to investor interests. What is this? And not to mention stuff like Ubisoft and even CD Projekt Red, where projects are made basically sponsored specifically women and diversity for jobs. How is that legal? I mean, that shit happens all over the world. That happens everywhere. There's tons of initiatives that governments give, and a lot of that stuff is actually ended up. So the thing is that people don't really understand the trickle down effect of some of these things. This is one of my biggest criticisms of the world today is the fact that there is not enough business education and government education in schools at all levels. Because one of the things that people don't realize is that a lot of these DEI initiatives are not being pushed by the company. They are the end product of something that is being pushed by their government, because their government looks and sees their unemployment numbers and they're getting ready for re-election, and they go, we have a problem where this race or this gender isn't getting enough into this sector into this private sector of business. We need to fix that. And I'm going to fix that because I need that fixed before my next election. So then that way I can say that I did this thing. And how they do that is they go to those companies and say, you need to do this. Otherwise you're going to, suffer some type of levy. We're not going to scratch your back anymore. That leniency that we gave you before, we're going to take that away. Or they're going to say, here's some money. We'll give you money and it's not sponsoring, but they'll give you money to be able to you'll get a grant, which gives them a tax break, which allows them to make more money, and more money is good for their investors. So obviously the companies want that, but also there's other companies that are out there that are not necessarily on that like big money side, where those folks in a lot of cases want to make sure that they hit whatever that quota is, that percentage of employees that they need to meet, because they want that extra money for the flexibility to be able to give them either longer development time or be able to have more employees at the company. It's a trickle-down effect. It's not something that starts with the developers. I think that's something that's really important to keep in mind. Too much short-term thinking based on business quarters and election cycles? Yep, that's exactly what it is. Not paying attention to the long-term effects of these kind of things. I mean, a game like Dustborn was funded by the Norwegian government, aka taxpayer money. Yep. And that, again, is in one of those things where they were trying to... That is the government trying to check a diversity checkbox for re-election purposes, or for, you know, or for, you know, whatever government purposes or of some sort, is what it's there for. Like, I think it's important to try to hold companies responsible, but I also think it's important to try to like understand the pressures that they're under as well, and see where that comes from. Because the funny thing is, it's not just voting with your wallets, because voting with your wallets definitely fucking works. If something doesn't speak to you, if something doesn't, you know, it's not something you want to play, don't fucking buy it, and they're going to be less likely to buy it. Like I saw that one chick that had popped up on where I don't know if I saved it or not. This fucking guy. Wasn't it on this thread? No, that's no. That's a different one. That's a different one. It's not this thing. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Thomas Mahler. Dude, this guy does. I wonder if he knows. I wonder if he knows just how much he is now marketed. No Rest for the Wicked. Yeah. Here it is. So this girl goes on a long rant about video games and all kinds of shit, and how you know, there's no, what does she say here? Hey folks, I'm Ray. I work in the gaming industry in UX and R&D and game production. I worked on various software and hardware for Xbox. Now working as an independent media producer and having the privilege to work on Dota International's 2023 and other game media projects as well. And she posts a picture of Ori. And then he says, I don't know who you are. You're not affiliated with us. And she's like, oh, I have a question for you. Just completely ignores him being like, you didn't work for my company. Why are you saying that? And then she just ignores the question entirely. I fucking love that. You know, say some unhinged shit on the internet and then don't take any ownership for it whatsoever. And then so she posts that. She must have... Ah, here it is. This is the good stuff. She's like, I worked with Xbox user research and was URA publishing. So it's like, I don't understand, like, completely. Then she says she worked for a completely different company. There's one thing that she had said, and I think she deleted the thread most likely. Maybe not. of course, now she's playing the victim. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's the smart thing to do. I can't publicly respond or defend myself in a reasonable way. If I unlist my account, I just get a flood of posts that I can't manage. She must have deleted the thread. Yeah, I think she deleted the thread. Of course, that makes a lot of sense. Basically, she made a post talking about how, you know, all of you people talking about DEI and gaming and yada, 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 yada. Basically, she said that nobody loves you. There's nobody to defend you. I'm sorry that nobody loved you when you were younger or something like that. Like said a bunch of fucking shit about like how you're all incels. That was another one. Everybody hates you. And then, oh, by the way, I worked on Ori, right? Is like the thing that she dropped, right? And so she said all of these things and like how like, oh, by the way, you know, none of the things that you are talking about are having any impact or whatever. That's actually really funny because if I look across the board at the games that in a lot of cases, I think a lot of initiatives lately have impacted very heavily, those games have not sold. They sold poorly, very poorly. And in a lot of cases, the games that did not do those things have been selling a lot. And that is going to tell the investors, that is going to tell the marketing people, that is going to tell the creatives, that is going to tell the CEOs that these are not the kind of games that we need to be making because they're not selling. When you see a game like Concord fail and things like that, yeah, you can't tell me that, you know, what people are talking about isn't working when it absolutely is. Not to mention this motherfucker right here, dude. So here's the thing. I don't talk about her because I feel like it's kind of like Beetlejuice. You know, you say the name and they just kind of pop up out of nowhere. But you know, it's her and then the people that she's arguing with. And it's so funny because she doesn't realize that her and the people that she hates so much are the exact same fucking thing. They're the mirror image of one another. They are groups of people that never take the time to think about whether or not they are wrong or right. They are so committed to the idea that what they believe is just, that there is no question. And you cannot have a conversation with somebody like that. There's no middle ground to be had. This is the reason why wars start. It's the lowest common lowest common denominator of human beings that do not know or understand how to find common ground or have a discussion or a debate with other people because they can't. Because their egos are so large and their brains are so small that they can't think past whether or not they are right or wrong. And it's so insane. Like, and the fact to see that she went and she posted did she take it down? No. She's so busy fighting the fucking chuds. So busy fighting the chuds. It's crazy. I think there it is right here. So one of the things that she said in this thread, and I don't know if I think it was in response to her or she like retweeted the other girl's thing or something like that. I'm not really sure exactly how this worked. But basically, one of the things that she brought up, and she's just like, she's like defending the other girl, and she says something along the lines, I had seen it somewhere, I just don't remember where it was. But she goes in and she says, you know, you're sending crowds and you know what you're doing. I don't know where it is. Anyway, but basically she's like, you're sending crowds to go and harass this girl right here is what Alyssa says. And, you know, and and she says, this is coming from someone who allegedly did X or Y. And the crazy thing is that you are running around treating this Kotaku report as absolute truth. These are alleged report. Ori Studios accused, not guilty of. But you're like, oh, this is the guy that you want to defend you? The person that may or may not have done this thing? But we know why you're saying that they may or may not have done it, because you're trying to allege that they did do it. So that it discredits them and makes them look bad. Like, when was it exactly that alleged became guilty? This is the same thing that they did with Black Myth Wukong. It's the same thing. They allegedly did this, so I need to allegedly tell you in every single article and review and video that goes up that they allegedly did this thing. It's fucking ridiculous, man. It's so, like, it's so... How do they have a job? It's so unbelievably unprofessional for your senior editor to be acting like this on the fucking internet, throwing around your articles. This is what represents your brand. I always find it weird when I see social media accounts that are from people that are in journalism that say my opinions are my own. I'm sorry, that's not how this shit fucking works. When you're the public face of a company, how are you allowed to have a fucking job? How are you allowed to have a job? I just don't get it. I don't understand.
With a lot of
Zara, you bring up a really good point. IGN, I can see where IGN is still making money. Their YouTube channel does relatively well. Their website's has pretty high traffic, but Kotaku, I don't know. I don't know where their money's coming from. Like, if you go to their YouTube channel, they're not even the ones that come up when you search for them on YouTube. It's people talking shit about them. This is Legacy Games Media, and your boy, guys, I'm like, okay, Kotaku has more subscribers than I do. What the fuck's going on? What are you guys doing? Go slap my fucking YouTube channel's name on the back of your car or something. I don't know. But their YouTube channel is getting nothing. 8 days ago, 935 views. 984 views. 14K views. 2.6K views. 3.9K, 1K, 2.2. They're making $44 to $700 a month. A month. It's a dead channel. It is a dead channel. It's a fucking ghost. They post the same shit? Yeah. Their subs mean nothing? Yeah, well, no, it's because their subscribers don't actually want to watch the videos. The funny thing is that what's actually working against them is the fact that they have 361,000 subscribers. Their videos are being delivered to those 361,000 subscribers, and they're not watching it, which is just destroying them in the algorithm. It just fucking wrecks their shit. Asmongold destroyed them? Honestly, they destroyed themselves. Let's be real. They destroyed themselves. This is all self-inflicted. And you know what's fucking crazy? Is that if you look at their most popular content on YouTube, it's just reporting on video games. It's just general reporting on video games. That's all it is. Game trailers. The NSFW world of Skyrim and Fallout nudity mods. But they can't figure it out. They can't figure out that just doing your fucking job will make you money.
Accidents.
Let's finish the video.
And that's how I feel like a lot of people are responding to my stories. They're not thinking about what's causing it. They're looking at the symptoms and going, I can get rid of those symptoms. Trivial. And to put it in another non-game development analogy, let me tell you how I think of this channel, this whole channel, every topic. Every time I start and talk, this is what I'm thinking. I feel like
I want you guys to keep in mind too, by the way, like Kotaku used to be good. Like Kotaku was actually good at one point. But let's finish this video. Sorry, I don't want to go off on another tangent.
I'm walking around a dark warehouse, and I've got a flashlight.
Yep.
And I'm pointing at things in the warehouse. And I'm going, oh, look there. See those boxes? I want people to see them. I want to be aware of what it is they're seeing. And then if it's an issue, maybe they can have some ideas of how to fix it.
Yeah.
Now, good suggestions would be, hey, I didn't get a good perspective on those boxes. Can you stand in a different place and illuminate them? Perfectly reasonable answer.
Yeah.
Or, hey, I have some ideas of where you should go in the warehouse. Some places that need the light shown. So we can talk about that thing. Perfectly reasonable suggestions. Instead, I get comments like, well, I get oh, you're stupid. I get that worded in many different ways.
Yeah.
Or, buy a bigger flashlight, you loser. Which I don't get why anybody would say that. Or, well, just turn off the flashlight. Now there's no problems anymore.
Yeah, now there's no problems. You can't see them. Easy, baby. Turn off the flashlight and you don't see the problems. If you don't look at things and you don't see it as an issue and you just go ahead and ship the game regardless, the problem's not there. And instead, we can pretend like it's the players that found it. And we go, oh, we didn't even notice that. Thank you. Thank you, gamers. Thanks, gamers. Thanks, customers. Oh, man, that's awesome.
People have basically suggested things of rather than fixing the problem, they're making the problem not visible anymore. And then some people even go, well, you should just leave the warehouse. You should go to the indie warehouse next door. We don't have those problems. And I'm like, okay, but can you not see that there's still a big warehouse with people bumping around in the dark and having problems? Yep. Going to the new warehouse doesn't fix the old warehouse.
That's the biggest issue, that in a lot of cases you have a lot of these devs or even just people in the industry that are like, oh, well, if you want to be creative, then you need to go to an indie company, or you need to go to start your own company. And in a lot of cases, that's exactly what some of these folks have been doing. You've seen it a lot from a lot of the companies. You've seen people break off from the company that they were in, and then they moved over, and then they started working. They built their own studio, and that's what they do now because they couldn't fix the issues that were at the companies. But the problem is that, like, The reason why the players are upset, and even like guys like him are frustrated, is because, you know, those studios have a lot of good employees, and they have a lot of really good IPs and really good, franchises and stuff like that people would like to see be good again. But it's not gonna happen if they don't try to fix any of these internal issues, especially when it comes to like just being able to approach, you know, a regular discussion on how to be able to handle issues within a video game, or how to even be able to develop a game or anything like that.
I understand some of you are like, look, I didn't build this warehouse. I don't know how to fix the warehouse problems. I'm going to go over to the indie warehouse.
What is this? So I mentioned earlier, but there was a data chart from World War II where they had airplanes that came back from combat missions filled with bullet holes. What does that have to do with this? Oh, and the analysis. Oh, sorry, I was waiting for the second part. And the analysis was these spots with the holes need to be reinforced until someone pointed it out. Those were planes that came back. The ones that weren't shot down did it. That's crazy.
I get it. But, you know, I spent the last 40 years in that warehouse. I want to try to help fix some of these things.
Yeah.
Or, even better, point out them so you guys can fix them.
Yeah, your plane didn't... Hey, guys, the plane didn't go down. So it should be fine, right? The plane didn't go down, so it should be fine.
So, in a sense, I kind of want the issues discussed so that people...
Yeah, it is a good
know
analogy,
what the issues
actually,
are and
yeah.
agree what the issues are and then try to fix them. And that's the whole point of this, kind of. You know, I want, in addition to me wanting you guys to go and make great games for me to play, which is a totally selfish reason, but I consider this channel a place for learning about game development topics and discussing them.
Yeah.
And some topics include problems that exist in the game industry. What I'm hoping is that people will focus more on treating the causes of those problems and a lot less on just ameliorating the symptoms of those problems. And as I said in another video about, hey, we've all got to agree that there is a problem and what's the cause of the problem and then the solution of the problem. That's kind of what I'm saying here. I see a lot of discussion about game development caution. I don't see a lot of suggestions on how to
Fix it.
get rid of it.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people saying, I don't think it's a problem, or they're being this way because of fear of their job.
It's literally the discussion that we've been having lately. It's literally the discussion we're having right now. You have one side that says, I don't see a problem, and the other side that says there's definitely a problem.
Or fear of speaking out. Okay, if that's the root cause of this, how do we fix that? And I don't think we fix that by firing people. Because once you start going down that road, you end up with a lot of very quiet people who never want to rock the boat.
Yep, that's the other thing that a lot of people aren't like thinking about either. Is that like, especially with what we've seen happen over the last few years with a lot of layoffs and whatnot. While there are issues at these companies, and I think a lot of developers would like to see things fixed. I think they like to see, you know, games come back to, you know, how they were, like franchises and stuff like that come back to where they were. They don't want to, because they're afraid that if they speak out or they want to try to change anything, they're going to be the next one to be on that layoff list. And also at the same time too, I think that there's also a lot of guys that are probably guys and gals that are in higher levels of management at some of these companies, leadership roles, whether it's producers, directors, CEOs, COOs, whatever, that are literally just trying to get by until they can hit retirement, and the last thing that they want to do is do anything that's going to radically change anything. So when they see people come up and want to talk about radical change, they usually are going to turn those people away, because that's not what they want. They're just trying to get by and hope that they can fly under the radar long enough that it's not going to matter.
Again, I still see game development caution as being a problem. I don't see it being solved with some of the solutions people are saying. In fact, most of those ignore the cause and are just going after symptoms.
Yeah.
I think in the future, let's look more at causes. And that's kind of what this video is about. Anyway,
good.
Thank you.
It was really good. Yeah, if you guys haven't followed Tim Kaine, you should. His videos are super insightful. It's really good information. He's super well spoken. He thinks about what he's saying. He has a lot of experience. He's worked on a lot of great games. This is the guy that brought you Fallout, New Vegas. This is the guy that brought you Outer Worlds. He's brought you a lot of good games. Very interesting channel. Yeah. Yeah. Super cool guy. The Fallout man. Yep. Tim is a gay man who can actually write well. So I actually think you probably should say that Tim is just a guy who can write well. I don't think the orientation has anything to do with his ability to write. John Fallout. Outer Worlds was so-so. Yeah, I would actually agree with that. I think Outer Worlds was just kind of like, it was okay. It wasn't like, I don't know. It was like, it was good. It was good. I don't think it was, I'd just say it was all right. It wasn't one of those ones where, it just didn't click with me, man. I gave it a shot. I thought it was okay. Hold on. I need to, Outer Worlds was toast. I wanted steak.
It really feels like game DE vs don't care about pissing their careers away.
With all the game developers stirring up a storm on Twitter, it feels like game developers don't care about pissing their careers away. You know what? I think that they feel safe in the jobs that they have. And the things that they're saying on the internet are, thank you for the 5, by the way. I think the things that they're saying on the internet are things that they know are probably not going to get them fired. I think that's really what this is coming down to. Because they're saying the right things, right? They're saying, they're saying, like, even though they're being combative against the right group of people, not the wrong group of people, and a whole slew of other shit. Believe me, like, game developers say some dumbass shit on the internet. I would guarantee that in a lot of cases they probably get, I would have to imagine in some cases they're getting chastised for it, because there's sometimes they come on there and they'll say some crazy ass shit. It's just like, unless like they're just like that unaware. I mean, it's possible that they're that unaware, but I just have a hard time believing it. I have a hard time believing like people are just, they lack the self-awareness to realize that they are pushing away audiences from their games. You're pushing away customers when you take hard stances on things. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys. Business stuff. Business stuff. All right. Taken care of. We're good now. Outer Worlds is not quite the game that I wanted. Yeah, I feel the same way. I don't know. There was just something about it, and I don't know how to really put my finger on it. I don't know if it was like the storytelling. I think it was just the world for some odd reason. Bro, you got me through the last 4 hours of work. No problem, dog. I got you. Do you think Space Marines 2 will grow massively in the next few years? I don't know, actually. I don't know. Like, the thing is that, like, I think the game's done really well. It's held on to its audience pretty decently. But what is it at right now? It's not built out to be a live service game. 37,000 players at its peak. It's doing pretty well. I think it could probably hold like 20 some odd thousand players. It's not going to be like a massive, like a massive online game. I think there's a lot of other games. It's niche. Yeah, it's niche. I think it's a good game that's going to continue to do like relatively well. It'll also depend on like what kind of content they end up putting into the game. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna feed the cat real quick, and then we'll start. Okay, we're back. Wild boar jerky. What do you think about that? Didn't help that the oh, it didn't help that I ran into game-breaking bugs while playing Outer Worlds. I don't know if I really ran into any bugs. I don't even remember what we were doing in this. I do need to buckle down and just like finish some games soon here though. The problem is that like I've been playing Satisfactory in the background lately, like on my like, you know, where I'm like
Men, we're moving out.
Chilling and shit. And it's kind of interrupted my normal flow. Really good game, but it's the games like that completely screw me up. Damn me and my damn like survival game addiction. 07 to this game, fun while it lasted. What do you mean?
I meant to ask you something earlier.
I might have an answer.
How'd you survive the invasion?
I almost didn't. A peasant pulled me from the battlefield. She nursed me back to
I think
health.
it's just on normal. It's my first time playing it, so I'm not like trying to go crazy.
How did you and your men escape?
We ran. Do what you need to prepare. I'll see you at the old
900 hours into Satisfactory? You're out of your mind. Then again, I have no idea how many hours I've gotten in. I could probably put in way more, honestly. It's definitely a game that I could see myself like returning to over and over again and making a new world. Yeah, motherfucker. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing? I totally missed what he said to me. There's people that have 5,000 to 6,000 hours. Yeah, that's like me in Terraria. I played a lot of that game. More of that game than I probably ever should have. Nah, that's not true.
That's my kage. Here.
Better run, bitches. I'm the motherfucking samurai. Samurai. Why am I? Aw. Up them out. Come. Core Keeper? I've had a lot of fun in Core Keeper. I just don't know, like maybe it's just because like the modding scene like isn't there for it yet or something like that. And also like the itemization isn't the same as like Terraria. Like there's so much more variety and itemization in Terraria and different builds and stuff like that that you can do. That it's not the same. It's not the same as Terraria.
Good. You're here. You ready to steal some food for us?
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Need a Calamity Core Keeper? Shit, that would go hard.
Is this everyone? Just the men who can fight worth a damn.
I mean, look at how like they were able to animate just on base core keeper. Think about like what they could be adding to it now. Holy.
Better chance of seeing cherry blossoms in winter than getting that food. There's always a way. Preferably one that doesn't kill half my men.
Ale of Ryuzo.
My scout's back. Come on.
A lot of men inside.
Dude, nice hat, bro.
Top of the tower.
If they call reinforcements from the bay, we'll be trapped. They'll cut us to pieces.
Find a place to watch for me. Once I destroy their signal, attack.
I feel like these motherfuckers are like. I feel like he's kind of flexing on me with that hat back there. He's got a sash on it and everything.
Watch the tower for my signal.
If you say so.
Disable the alarm in the lighthouse. Okay. Damn. Oh, that's crunchy. Kind of made me hungry a little bit. Nanified, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you so much. 2 months in a row. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Motherfucker, he was stealing shit for himself. Hit the wrong button. At least it wasn't a bomb. Just a kunai.
Need to signal the others. They'll see me light the brazier.
How's your night going? It's going good. It's going good. We've had a good stream today. We had a good stream today.
It's time, Yuzo.
Anyone dabble in the first Descendant? I mean, I played it a good bit, over 100 hours or more. It's just too grindy, like Korean, like pay to win shit. Like the monetization of that game is so bad. Man, that's a good loot here. These boys are all fighting over here. I'm all over here looking for loot. What? You don't see shit. I'm invisible. Oh, where'd your guts go, dog? Where'd your guts go? What are you hiding behind there for? Who you hiding from? Hiding from me, huh? Makes sense. I'm dangerous. What is that? Oh. Ah! Oh, he's getting ganged up on. Poor bastard. What is this now? How do I throw? Oh, like that. That's fun. Come on. Fucking smoke, son. Why did you even come to work? Just stayed home sick. See what happened to your boy? Damn. How many more we got? Ooh. Oh. You okay? What you want? What do you want? What do you want? Want some water? Fuck. Hey, loot around here? Oh shit, throw him in the fire.
Look around for the food.
Threw his ass into the fire.
Anything? Nothing here. Nothing over here.
I really hope Ghost of Yotai will be good. I don't see any reason why it's not, to be honest with you. And the vast majority of the people that I've seen complaining about it was just a voice actor. And then there was like somebody on Twitter like connected the dots because you know, every company in the world has a DEI like website thing, that because Sony said they have DEI initiatives, that then all of a sudden it became that the entire staff at Sucker Punch is now all women. But come to find out, the picture that people were spreading around showing that, hey, here's proof the studio's women now, is actually a picture from 2018. So it's actually the same people that worked on this game. I'm just getting paranoid. That's the issue. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, it's not like, I mean, the game's going to be good or it's going to be bad. All you can do is just not pre-order it. Wait to see what it looks like when it comes out. I'm just getting paranoid. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, was the other one. Would you say games like this are more enjoyable on a controller? I like playing games like this on a controller, yeah. I need supplies. I haven't like upgraded any of my shit in this game. Oh, damn. That's rough, dog. That's rough.
Let's get your men something to eat.
What type of game is this? Action combat.
Where's all the food?
I didn't see any in the tower. Did you find anything?
Just a stack of Mongol papers on a dead officer.
Let me see.
You read Mongolian?
If it's in Chinese, I can make out some of it.
Since when?
Since I had to read Sun Tzu.
What? Yeah. This is probably best described as action, just an action combat game, action adventure game.
The boats are in the bay. We'll never get out to them.
We got in here.
You're crazy. What did you have in mind?
Let's see what we're up against.
It was kind of upsetting that Sony sullied Helldivers 2 with that shit in May. It would have been Game of the Year in the Game of the Year conversation. I think it still will be in the Game of the Year conversation, to be honest with you. The industry doesn't give a shit that Helldivers 2 has a required Sony PSN login. You know what I mean? Like, the industry professionals, like journalists and shit, they don't care. It's the players that care.
Mongols have small boats.
And Game of the Year isn't decided by the players. You know that.
We'd have to cut through their army.
That's why, what is it? That's why Black Myth Wukong won't even be in the running. So like Yakuza, more like Assassin's Creed.
Too many barriers and archers.
But better.
Frontal attack would be suicide. I want my men far away from the enemy's line. Put your archers on that cliff. The Mongols will focus on them while we steal a boat. Flaming arrow might set off those explosives.
That will get their attention. But we need them to look away from the beach. All right, men. They don't know we took the fort, so they'll be waiting for reinforcements that aren't coming. Keep them busy long enough for us to steal a boat. Then retreat into the forest. Look for my torch. That's your signal to attack.
Let's find a way down to the beach.
You heard, Yuzo. Let's move.
We won't let you down. Watching you fight back there reminded me of Lord Nagao's tournaments. You did whatever it took to win.
It was a competition. You fought just as hard.
Did I?
What are you getting at?
Nothing. Just remembering our duel.
We'll talk about this later.
If we survive.
Well, come on, homie. We got this. I really hope nothing bad happens to you. I like having a friend. Friends and rivalries are cool, man. Don't do the tragic video game thing. At least not right now.
In position. Light the torch. Now, man.
Aw, shit.
They'd come through. Look at that fire.
Is this the rowboat? I mean, it's the only rowboat. Oh, no, I see it. It's over there. They don't even know what's going on. They're like, why is everything on fire?
We need to move quickly. Take an oar.
I haven't played any game like this. Sorry for my ignorance. No, you're fine. This is the best way for you to be able to find new games. You get to watch somebody else play it and see if it looks like something you'd like to play.
Can't believe no one saw us.
Too busy watching the fire. We're going quietly.
Look around for the food.
Anyone been sick for 3 weeks? Not feel better? That does not sound good. That does not sound good.
Nothing. I never knew our duel bothered you so much.
Now you do.
Sticky bomb.
No food here. You should have told me earlier.
Life took us in different directions. Anyway, it was a long time ago.
He's not gonna find anything. Where's the food, dog? Yeah, I mean, you might have mono or something, dude. I don't know. I'll probably go to the doctor if you could. Where else am I supposed to be checking? Did I miss something? Oh.
No luck. Any sign of food?
Not here. Maybe on the next ship. Hear that? Sounds like 4 or 5 guys.
No way around. Surprise them.
Face pain, headache, dry throat, loss of appetite. Yeah, that's not good, man.
Greetings. Nice shit.
We have to move fast.
Oh, shit. Caught me by surprise. Spear bros do not play fair. Ah, damn it. Got your ass.
Archers on the next ship. You bought the bow? Didn't you? I gave it to my men.
Can I hit with them with a bomb from here? I can. Right here. Oh, fuck, I did it wrong.
Guess we do it the hard way.
That's right, baby.
Take them.
Ow. Ow. Camera. Damn, dude. There we go. Got him. Ooh, wind stance. I wonder what wind stance is gonna be strong against. Maybe like meaty boys or something. Come on. Whoa. Ow, god damn, you hurt. Got him.
If the food isn't here, it has to be on the other ship.
You search here. I'll take the other.
Be careful.
Okay, let's do this. What was that? Is there a dinosaur on here? How do you guys not hear me going to war with your boys, like literally like 10 feet away? Wait, was there a way that I could get a bow and I just totally missed it? There must have been. Oh no, I got it right here. Now you get the bear. Whoa! What are you doing up here? Nice move. Nice moves. Holy shit. And you got me at the last one too. I didn't get any parries off. You guys are some tough sons of bitches. I couldn't even see him. I couldn't see him because of his positioning. Shouldn't have got hit there. Wait a minute. Where'd the bear go? You're trying to tell me like these ships don't have it. Oh shit! Oh, I thought we were cool, dog. I thought we were cool. Some kunai. I'll take your hide though. Fucking bear. Fucking bear came out of nowhere. On the order of the Khan, send 1,000 men north to the Toyotama region. Maintain supply lines across Izuhara region. Command assignment follows. Batar, Ozimo. Oh, okay, Batar, new guy. Okay.
These look like battle plans. Better go find Ryuzo. No sign of any food. There has to be something.
just ready.
There wasn't shit. We came all the way over to these ships and they don't have any food. They got fuck all. Oh, homie's been doing his shit too over here.
All the food they've stolen from us. Ryuzo.
Do they lock them in here? Oh god.
For me.
Holy shit. Okay, bring it over here. Oh god damn. Okay, you got a whole dance going on. Got him. Ah damn. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, you have my attention.
I would have had that Mongol if you hadn't shown.
Is that Rainstorm the incoming hurricane? I don't think so, because like, isn't this like an alternate reality where the Mongols didn't get taken by the hurricane?
Bastards! They're burning our food.
Ryuzo, we have to go.
Can you swim? If I have to. The fire's spreading.
Let's get out of sight. They're still hunting us.
Bro was not shit. I know he wasn't. He was all over me.
I promised my men I'd feed them, and I'm going back empty-handed.
We'll find another way.
But how many will I lose before then?
I found something that might help. Mongol battle plans.
Do they show supply lines?
One page has a map. It's a start.
Hand it over.
We do this together.
You've got your own problems, and I am the leader. I need this, Jin.
And I'll need you at Castle Canada.
You'll have me.
Damn.
Don't let them see you coming.
Just like you.
These fools hungry, man. Like me, I'm hungry. Okay.
I need to find more allies.
Well, let's find some more allies. What's this over here? It's a logging camp. I think this is another. Oh, there's another town right here. Go do this quest. How long is this game if you just beeline the story and you don't really do like a lot of the side stuff, like side stories? Not that I'm going to do that, I'm just curious. I'm just gonna climb. It'll be easier rather than trying to run the horse around. $25 hours ish. Oh, that's not bad. Oh fuck. I need focus, so you guys are lucky. You got, finish it up. You're gone. Here we go. There's a lot of these pools out here. I'm gonna get the drop on these though. Oh, what? I didn't get the stretch. That sucks. Whoa, you big boy. Oh shit. You got loot, right? Please got loot. Please, please, please. Yeah, supplies. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Straight over the hill. Okay. KLD, are you planning on doing a Dragon Ball Sparking Zero stream? I don't know. Do you think people really want to watch me play Dragon Ball Sparking Zero? I haven't played I mean, the last time that I played a Dragon Ball game was probably Tenkaichi 2. Which I believe was on PS2, right? Rogue Trader? Yeah, that one's coming eventually. I want to get through this, and I want to get and like on my personal play, I want to get through what else? Some other shit. I don't know if I would stream Rogue Trader though. I like, are CRPGs like Rogue Trader that like entertaining to watch? Like, I mean, I did Baldur's Gate 3 streams, and Baldur's Gate's like really entertaining, right? Like that can actually, and for a turn-based game, that can be really entertaining. I don't know if a game like Rogue Trader would be all that interesting for a viewer, personally. My thinking is I try to apply it like this. I think to myself, would I watch it? And like, I don't think I would watch somebody else play Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader is great, but damn, it's a buggy mess. Don't get me wrong, I fucking love it. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a bad game or anything. I guarantee it's probably fucking good. Owlcat cooks, you know what I mean? Like they cook. It's proven. But I just don't know how interesting that would be from like a viewer experience. That's not what I wanted to do, but that's okay. Oh no! I'm sorry. I agree that I wouldn't want to watch somebody play Rogue Trader, yeah. How did cooks become slang? It's you know what the funny thing is that even though for some odd reason a lot of people think that like Zoomers popularized it, saying something is cooked has been a slang term for probably a good 20 or plus years. I have the game. Shogu. I have the game. I just haven't played more than 7 hours. That's all. That's all. I have it. It's not like it's not going to get played. It's in my library. How's Go so far? I really like it. It's good. It's a good game. I really like the character writing and storytelling. Like a lot. Like I think the combat is I think the combat's good. I wouldn't say that it's like the greatest combat in the world. It's just that the game is like the game's kind of doing this thing where it's like serving like the right things matter, and they're doing those right things well. Okay, we fought here before. Now we go straight south. I think I should be able to go straight south-ish, kind of. Oh, we can follow like the shallow river. It'll take us where we need to go. I ain't worried about no fucking pigs. I ain't worrying about no pigs. The combat is unique and it fits in terms of the game setting. No, the combat's really good. The combat's really good, but it's just, it's not like, it's like, it's smooth and it fits the style of the game, like you said. It's smooth and it fits the style of the game. I'm going the wrong way. Where am I? Oh, it's like right here.
I wasn't asking, not after Komatsu. Taka's counting on us.
I love the kid, but this is too dangerous. It will never work.
We'll make it work.
This the samurai?
You can call me Lord Sakai.
Forgive me, my lord. I am Kenji, upstanding merchant, renowned sake brewer.
And the best swindler on the island. That's why he's going to help us rescue my brother from Azamo Bay.
That town's a fortress.
If the Mongols took it, we'll need an army to penetrate the walls.
Or a single delivery of sake.
It'll never work.
Get your sake ready. We'll discuss the plan on the move.
Let's have a drink first. Talk this through.
Now, Kenji.
I'd say it's like Kingdom Come Delivery, where it's weird and unique, but the game design, it's not supposed to feel like
Hide in the cart with the sake.
The Mongols weren't searching.
oh, you're not supposed to feel like a badass. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with having games like that where you're not like a god. I don't need games like I don't need games to be like that to begin with.
Give it ours now.
You've been doing business with the enemy.
I keep the Mongols drunk, and they let me keep my head. All set. You sure you want to go through with this?
Anything for Taka.
How bad is the occupation in Azuma Bay?
A few people fought back. The ones left alive are prisoners or slaves.
But you never saw Taka?
No. But someone's been working the forge the past few days. Maybe it's your brother.
How long have you two known each other?
Did I say Kingdom Come Delivery? I thought Deliverance, right?
I was just starting to brew sake. Sold Yuna my first batch.
Tasted like piss, but it was cheap.
For a while, I tried to get Taka's help selling it. Turned out he was too soft.
People told him sob stories, and he'd give them sake, free of charge.
You can be a badass without feeling like a god. Yeah. You already kind of have those like feeling like a fucking badass moments in this game anyway.
Mongols.
Especially once you start unlocking some of the moves and whatnot. You like start splashing some of the moves in there.
Taka is so close. Please.
Why you guys keep saying that? Kingdom Come, LOL. Isn't that what it's called? Kingdom Come Deliverance? Am I wrong? I don't remember what the name of it is. You're giving me like that fucking Mandela effect right now where I'm like, is that a thing? Is that even a game? Or like you imagine something to be right and it's not actually a thing, it never even existed?
You said they don't do that.
The town gates. I've never seen them this far out here.
My hand. Please. You, stop.
Have you played it? No, it's on the list. We'll probably play it in January, either January or December. So then that way it'll be ready for when the second game comes out.
Know what you're saying?
That screaming. Doesn't matter. Keep it down. Is that what Taka's going through?
Your brother's a skilled blacksmith. They won't treat him like that.
You don't know that.
It'll either be that or Return to World. I might go back to Monster Hunter World in January since Wilds will come out in February.
I can't believe this worked. Oh no. Somebody must have pissed off the Mongols. They burned half the town.
Uh-oh.
This is where we part ways.
Keep the Mongols drunk and distracted.
I'll do my best.
Stay safe, Genji.
And you, Lord Sakai.
Taka's waiting for us. Let's go.
She's being reckless.
Done. I'll meet you at the crossroads behind town.
We need a
I'll meet you at the crossroads.
Remember, no alarms. We do this quietly.
All the prisoners suffer. Got it. Up here. Look, by the gate.
He's in charge. A slaver.
Bastard.
He's inspecting the prisoners like they're horses.
He might lead us to Taka.
Follow him.
Huge visual. Sell the beats.
Oh god. Almost got stabbed.
Huge wish.
Taka's probably fine. He wouldn't try to run.
Let's go.
Ah, fuck, he heard me. He saw me. PTSD from Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I know. I hate trailing missions. I personally as well. I do too. Oh, I was supposed to be on the roofs, the game tells me. I like stealth games, but I like... Damn! But, like, chances are, like, you are, like, even from that distance, you are most likely not, going to, kill somebody. Like, that's a really, like, an arrow to the back is a ugly-ass way to die. Bro, you okay? Like, spurging out in chat talking about BBC? What's wrong with you? It's weird, dog. Mongols are the people on horseback. I'm sure they can handle a backyard execution, probably, yeah.
Taka, his work is shoddy. I think he's sabotaging you.
I know it. Taka's here.
He is only blacksmith.
No, I'm a blacksmith too, and I'll do much better work.
I cannot feed two. I get rid of him, but be ready to prove yourself.
That bastard! He'll kill Taka!
Market's full of Mongols.
We can't lose the slaver if he reaches Taka first.
Stay close, Yuna. I'll find a way through.
I don't know which way to go here. Oh, I see which way. Oh no. Dude, holy shit, there's so many of these guys. Okay.
The slaver.
Can't let him get away.
I don't see him. Oh, there he is. All right, we got this.
No, please. I need to rest.
It's Taka.
Please!
Damn! Big sis came for you, big dog.
Yuna. Taka! What did they do to you? You're safe now.
We need to move.
You can't. They'll catch us, just like the others.
This is Lord Sakai. He'll protect us.
I need you to trust me, Taka. I need your help.
I'll try, my lord.
Oh, so they've been like working this motherfucker to the ground. That's what it is.
There's a gate nearby.
And that's where we break out.
Okay. I could have took on this whole camp, by the way. No problem. Sliced them up.
They found the slaver.
They'll kill us. We need to hide.
No, keep moving.
We can climb those crates.
Kenji's waiting for us at the crossroads.
Kenji's with you?
If he made it out alive.
Oh, I'm sure he did. He probably got those dudes wasted. Sake is delicious, by the way. I love sake. Cold, though.
Stand and fight!
Yeah, I didn't expect that, did you? Where'd the red guy go? What, why is he red? Ow. Everybody all good? Everybody good? You guys good? All right, let's go. Uh-oh. Another wave. I like the mix, you know what I mean? Where you can oh, he's targeting an ally. Oh, okay. Kind of a random topic. What do you think? What are your thoughts on the new AI robots from Elon? We talked about it actually earlier in stream. I showed off a clip of it a little bit. I think that it's more of a hint towards technology that's not necessarily right on our doorstep. It's something that's still far, like, relatively far off. Do I think... I think that there's like positive and negative side effects of having that kind of technology, but seeing that commercial companies are now getting involved, like Tesla, with trying to develop that kind of thing.
But we can't go back to my place. It's crawling with Mongols.
It's going to show just how quickly that stuff will evolve. I think there's a bit of a concern over what that's going to do to like humanity in the future. Especially because in a lot of cases, it's just going to, it's one of those things that definitely could work to like further wealth inequality. Haves and have-nots, right?
I could use a drink and some sleep. I can help with one
But
of those.
the funny thing is that like, I feel like it might be one of those things where, I think it might be one of those things where, I don't know how to say this properly, where like the rich will eat themselves because of the laziness that kind of lifestyle of having but here's the funny thing is the vast majority of these people already have servants to begin with. We're talking about like the way higher up people, but it's going to make it where like upper class people are also going to be able to get into that kind of, you know, having a servant as well. And I don't know exactly like what the effect of that is going to be.
Days I haven't felt like I was about to die. My lord, I am grateful. But how do you know Kenji and my sister?
Because like there's like lower class, middle class, upper class, and then there's the ultra rich. The upper class are just usually people that work hard. It's people that have like good careers, good jobs, and things like that, and they've worked hard to get to where they are in life. And I'm wondering, you know, what the effect on that class of people is going to be. Or like
have something in common.
Taking out like the normal everyday necessary struggles that are out there. iRobot, Bicentennial Man, Wall-E, etc. It's not gonna be that long into the future. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing too, is that I think that in a lot of cases, like we have so many warning signs that we've like. The funny thing is that more times than not, science fiction ends up becoming science fact nowadays. And it's like, we already have things where we like, the reason stories like that exist, like Wall-E and stuff like that, the reason those stories exist is it's because people already understand human nature. And human nature is going to be, especially nowadays, to take the easy way out. And in the case of this, that's probably what's going to happen.
They have a forge. One of the best on the island.
Good place to make tools. Maybe something to get Jin over the walls of Castle Canada. What do you say, Taka?
My lord, I'll do anything to repay you for freeing me.
Thank you. Taka, Kenji, get some rest. We can't stay here long. How are you doing?
I have my brother back.
He's shaken up. Can you get him to Komatsu in one piece?
With food and rest, he'll be fine.
Your brother wasn't the only prisoner in Azamo Bay.
You're going to save them.
And make their captors suffer.
Good.
Right for Komatsu Forge. I'll join you when I can.
Jin?
Metaphor, maybe, yeah. I might stream Metaphor. Okay. Nice. I love the vistas. I love how the game looks. The game's world is so nice. Okay. Damn, that took me so far away. Guess we'll head over here.
Good, Kage.
How do I get down from here? Oh. The opposite way. I need to be down from the mountain though, so I can probably just go down and around this way. I came back in time just for the view. It's fucking this is a real-time VOD you're watching. You can easily just rewind slightly. Stupid boars. I love the map design. Yeah, I like it too. Say you used to love Assassin's Creed map design, but it faded. You know what the thing is that the reason why it faded is because the bigger you saw that map get, you know, the more bullshit you had to do to play the game. Where like one of the things that I can appreciate about this game is like if I don't want to do all the side content, if I don't want to go search for hot springs, if I don't want to do side missions, like none of that stuff is going to keep me from progressing the game. If I want to just do the story missions and that's pretty much about it with like minimal exploration, I can. And I appreciate that about a game like this because I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not really a fan of open world games. Like I realize like a lot of people really like them, but personally for myself, I like open world games tend to exhaust me because there's just too much shit to do. And as somebody that's like normally kind of a perfectionist on games that like wants to do everything and not leave anything behind, it kind of gives me a bit of a fucking conniption where I'm just like, I didn't do this. I should have looked for this or But I like games that make it where you can kind of play it however you want.
Right here. I'll put that sword to good use. Your last day alive.
That other guy just straight up ran, didn't he? Oh, what a fucking pussy. Dude just said, well, I'm out of here. I don't have nothing to do with this. Horse is just having some grass, though. He's just chilling. I'm gonna eat this grass over here. I enjoyed that they integrated the location marker into the world. Want to find stuff you're going to? Yeah. Let the wind show you. I actually really like the wind aspect. I think it is so cool. And it's always active, which makes it even more interesting, right? Where it's like the wind is always showing you the direction that you need to go in. Was a side quest? It's just one that's not shown, I guess.
My brother wanted to be a samurai, Lord Sakai.
Yeah?
He built a bamboo training stand, spent a whole winter practicing on it.
Bamboo cutting. An excellent way to become a better swordsman. Perhaps I can join your brother in practice.
Sadly, he died of fever a few years ago. But every time I see a stand beneath its flag...
Yeah, and I like that too.
No, so
I like that too. I like the animals like hinting towards locations.
Take care.
By the way, just got here. Been watching your YouTube videos with Baldy. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for speaking our minds as consumers and gamers. W, thanks, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, that's probably what this is. This is probably the bamboo right here.
I think he's still lying beside me.
Damn, it's all the way up there. It's all the way up there. How do I get up there? Damn, it's way up there. Is it bad by saying Baldy? I know exactly. Everybody knows what you're talking about if you say Baldy. How the fuck do I scale this? You'd think it'd be part, like, you jump from the bridge onto something, maybe, but I guess not. There's like a side route over here that I'm not seeing. No. Can I jump over here? Nope. Look at the other side. Because I know I can't make that jump. I would just fall. This looks like the branches that you jump on. If I can't see anything really quick, I'm just going to end up walking away. Oh, it's right here. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I'll come back to this later. I kind of just want to do the quest. Why don't you play in Kurosawa mode? Or are you talking about like what, the black and white? It's kind of hard on the eyes. Plus the game looks damn good in color. Oh, haven't unlocked the tool yet? Oh, yeah, her brother is making a grapple hook or something, right? Something to be able to scale the walls. Mongolians. Fucking South Park. I don't know why I thought that fucking episode was so funny with like the shitty wall and all that stuff.
Come and fight.
What are you doing? What'd you do? Oh, fuck. I looked away. Try it again.
Don't let him run.
What's in the box? It's in the box. Damn. Big come up. Big come up. Man, look at that sunset. There you go, Wicked Witch. There's your view. You eat? Throw this away. Photo mode opportunity for real? Yeah, it is actually really nice. All right. Get on down here. Uh-oh.
fighting ahead.
Okay, got him. Oh, we're popping off right now. Oh no, I had to sneeze. That's fucked up. Damn it. I got surprised. Oh, did you see that? I sneezed and he fell over. What'd you guys think about that?
Luna, is that you?
Did you see how that happened? My fucking samurai sneeze knocked his ass over.
You made it.
What happened here? Where's Taka?
Hiding with what's left of Komatsu. Mongols came a few days ago.
What is this? I think Legendary Drops mentioned it in a video. Who makes people pay for cosmetics and XP boosters in a single player game? I know, it's fucking crazy. It's just stuff that bled over from like one place to another is all it is. Telekinetic sneeze, that's right.
Killed anyone who put up a fight.
I was made in a laboratory.
Coming back to finish the job. These were just
so I could sneeze people's heads off.
The main force won't be far behind.
Then we have to go. Now.
Why my sneezes are so much more powerful.
What?
We need Komatsu's forge and its people. If you need to, you can leave.
No.
Need a better hat?
I'm tired of running.
Take me to the others.
I guess Wildlands was 2017. I know, it's crazy to think how far back that was already. But I mean, they even had some of that shit in Wildlands.
You killed all these men by yourself?
They didn't have as much as in Breakpoint.
Can you get more arrows?
Used ones.
But Wildlands was just a hint.
And bodies.
They'll have to do.
There's actually a lot of people that liked Wildlands. Yeah.
Those out here leading villages.
Personally, I would have rather them just kept along with I would have rather them kept going with Division more than anything else. Because it kind of felt like Wildlands and Breakpoint were supposed to be like Division adjacent.
Is the forge working?
Yes, but we can't light it. The smoke will give us away. Show the Mongols where to find us.
We can use it to lure them in. Force a fight at a location we control.
They won't be expecting you here.
Yeah, I still play the Division now and again. Well, I downloaded it because I needed something to play for, like, as background shit for the Ubisoft videos. And then I started playing it, and I was like, oh, fuck. The memories are coming back.
Lord Zakai, Yuna.
Taka.
Running with the squad. Running with the squad.
I prayed the gods would protect you.
I appreciate it, but I came for your help.
Yuna said you needed something. A new tool.
To save Lord Shimura. He's held prisoner in Castle Canada, and I need to break him out.
Quietly. With no one seeing.
This town has a forge, and you're a blacksmith.
The best.
I might be able to make something. But there is no time. The Mongols.
I won't let them take Komatsu.
We're staying.
I need my assistant, Yukio. but we got separated.
Where is he?
I think he was looking for his wife. In town.
I'll find Yukio. Yuna, be ready to fight.
She always is.
Okay. Uh-oh. What's going on in here?
Hoi! Harbo! Spirit!
Smoked him. How do I get up there?
I did
Yukio?
nothing.
Yes?
Taka needs help with the forge. Follow me.
Oh, wait. My wife and
You're
my
now the
sister
proud
are
owner of a new
over.
vehicle? What'd you get?
Lead me to them, quickly.
This way.
Stay close and follow my orders.
Oh, there was a ladder. Me climbing on roofs and shit.
Hide. Don't look at it. Look at me.
Yes, my lord.
The Mongols found them.
Stay here.
What you say to me? What you say? Now you ain't saying shit. Come on, try it. Wanna try it again? You whiffed. It didn't look good. I'm gonna be real. They look kind of weak. Hey, get the fuck away from him. Hey, what's up? Wow! Caught that samurai shit. All up in your face. You just got samurai'd.
Yukio sent me.
He's alive.
Follow me. Taka needs your husband.
Sent you a pic?
Matsu, my love.
Yukio, I thought I lost you.
Are you hurt?
Why are you naked in the
Like
car?
An animal or a demon.
Like a Bronco? It's a Bronco.
Keep quiet.
Are you a full-time YouTuber and streamer, bro? I am now. That was never the plan originally. Initially it was just trying to do something on the side for fun and just trying to make sure that I can like just make a little money on the side while I was looking for new work. Oh, dude, you see that double deflection? Holy shit! Come on, attack. Oh, you're dead already. Hey! Try some bullshit. We're killing you all today. I dodged too far. Luckily I healed. Okay. God damn it. Oh shit. No double deflection there. God damn. Okay, I'm getting overwhelmed. Oh no, they're gonna kill the other people. Yep. That was gonna happen. Okay, so I need to sneak. I need to sneak.
Mutsu, my love.
I thought I lost you.
Are you hurt?
That man fought like an animal or a demon.
Only when I'm facing Mongols. We're going to the forge. Stay close.
Only when I'm facing Mongols. I should have said I am the Oni. Oh, the forge is up here on the hill. Whoops.
Yukio,
Oh shit.
he saved us, Taka.
That's an arrow to the knee.
The Mongols are here. Where's Yuna?
She went to get her family from the house across the river. Hasn't come back.
Damn. Don't light the forge until we come back.
Okay. I love the background music. It sets the mood and the scene so well.
Over here.
We're ready to light the forge. Taka said you're looking for
She used to be an adventurer.
The Mongols captured them just across.
What kind of guitars do you have on the rack back behind you? They're all Ibanez. 2 RG series, an Explorer, and a classic.
Where is Samurai? Tell truth, or I would your friends.
We don't know any samurai.
The rest of your people.
They've gone. Please, let us go.
I can't get over the crunch, man. It's so good. Sound direction in this game is so good. What is this? Rescuing hostages. Mongols have taken hostages. If the enemy spots you, they execute the prisoners. Okay. Oh, fuck, he saw me. That's such bullshit. Come on. God damn it. Come on.
They're still close.
He's just fucking standing there staring at me. Goofy. Goofy.
Here. You saved us.
This fight's not over. Can you make it to the forge?
Which back into the question, what kind of metal? Metalcore, melodic typically.
Everyone stay close to me.
Well, I haven't written in a while.
It's a long story.
The way he killed them. He's not human.
Maybe you're right.
Yuna! Thank the gods.
Light the forge, Tucker.
What about the
Do you have anything written up before up online? No.
That
It's
gives
been a
us
long
chance to
time.
kill them all.
If they don't kill
Too
us
long?
first.
Either way, this is where we make our stand.
Any of the bands that I had written with before moved on to like other people after I left and replaced those, or like replaced those tracks and stuff like that with the other people and whatnot. You got it, son. Nothing, apparently.
Mongols are in the forge. We have to stop them.
Damn. Nice hit, son. Nice hit. All right. Are they actually in the forge? Come on. Fucking piece of shit. Stupid dog. Where are they? Did it bug?
I did nothing to you. Let me go. I'll tell no one. You hurt me. Let me go.
I think it bugged.
Stop. I'll do anything. Please let me go.
Oh. Oh, it did bug. Oh shit. Good move.
Mongol archers! They surrounded the forge! We have to kill them!
Nice shot. But sword beats bow, dog. Okay, well, we got another wave. All right. God damn. Got him. Okay. They're in the house again. Can you guys do something other than stand around and get ready to get fucking annihilated by these guys? Come on. Okay, I think we're clear. Get out of here. What else we got? Another archer? No, that's not. No, that's her. God, you are so annoying. Dude, you are my bow and arrow girl. You're supposed to be doing something. Look at you getting your ass kicked. She said I gotta come over here and assassinate this guy. Those daggers? Yeah, no. How far are you through the game? I'm not that far through the game at all. I haven't even got through the main, like the main continent. I'm gathering allies for me to be able to take on the castle.
I've never seen a samurai fight like that.
It was nothing.
You are more than a samurai. He is a vengeful spirit, back from the grave to slaughter the Mongols.
Damn, I like how that sounds. A ghost will save us.
You don't. Fire up your forge and get back to making strong Komatsu weapons. That's how we fight back. That's how we'll save Lord Shimura.
Damn, all right. All right, homie.
Vengeful spirit?
I think they liked it.
Good deal. Aw, shit. Aw, shit.
I read that samurai follow a path of honor.
It is one of the many differences between us.
Then why have my men found their brothers stabbed in the back?
Lord Sakai would never resort to such tactics.
War brings out who we truly are.
It has made you a dog, unleashed by your cousin Kublai to rape and pillage at his command.
Your nephew strays from the warrior's path. He will become what you hate, unless you join my empire's fight for peace.
You don't want allies. You want soldiers to overthrow the Shogun.
Consider my offer. Help your nephew regain his honor before his cowardice goes too far. And before I bring you his head.
Bam.
I can't free my uncle until Taka finishes what he's working on. I should see if Yuna has any news.
I wonder how much they're gonna hate me for being like a very disrespectful samurai. I'm a fast travel here. I'm gonna see if I can get some shit upgraded. Ooh, I got gifts. I got presents. Avenging Lord. Worn by a lord whose brutality was infamous. Deep's Wrap. Not as cool. Aw, shit. Coming at them with the mustache. Better watch out. It actually looks pretty good too. I think the OG one looks best.
Here on Tsushima, sure, but they don't know who he is.
Allow me to keep your katana light and sharp.
This takes okay. 300 supplies. Okay, let's do the Tonto.
Balanced, sharp, and deadly.
We'll do that.
Goodbye.
Your sword arm protects us all.
The samurai didn't fight alone at Komoda.
You're trying to take me somewhere crazy, bird. I know what you're trying to do.
How's your armor fitting, my lord?
Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, so you do get benefits from wearing armor. Ooh. Moderate increase to melee damage, reduces enemy deflection speed. Yeah, okay.
Nothing stronger.
Oh, and then your fucking hat levels up. Oh shit. It costs a lot of supplies though. Oh shit. They won't even see me coming. You're like, what is that? Is that a lamp? Oh, so it's the whole armor set that gets the upgrade. But it looks like the only visual change is just the hat for this, for most of these, I guess. Yeah, let's go fucking black hat,
Much
dude.
better protection.
Oh shit, son. Oh shit. Look at this. Look at that boy. Look at that boy. Shit, he knows he's looking good. He knows he's looking good. He's like, yeah. You see me? Yeah, you see this? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Coward stole a dead samurai's armor? Not a man, a woman.
Yeah.
Now she fights with the bravery of 10 men.
Upgrade Tonto reduces the sloppy, crunchy assassinations. Oh, okay. Well, I won't upgrade it any further then.
That's her younger brother. She makes him wear her clothes and pretend to be a woman.
Need dank hat, dude. This fucking. I don't even know if I even like the way that the back one, the last one looks. Like this right here, though. Shit.
I'm so grateful for you.
Yeah, you better be, bitch. What else you got to say? Nothing? He's gonna look me down? Yeah, I know what you're doing. What? Yeah, you better fucking walk away.
Know who the Mongols really are, right?
They conquered the kings of China.
I mean, all your assassin animations are smoother and quicker. Oh, okay.
Think about it. They came from the sea.
So the traders and pirates.
What traders or pirates could wipe out the samurai with strange fire weapons? Huh? They're only.
Maybe our island is.
Oh, okay. Let's see here what we got going on. All right. Let me save real quick. Cool. All right, ladies and gents, I have to cut it early. Well, it's not really early. We're almost at 7 hours of streaming. I'm hungry. The cat's getting needy. and I'm getting a little tired. So I got some writing and working to do for the video for next week, and then I'm hoping that after this like big video is done, I might be able to get back to 3 days a week. I know I've been talking about it. I've been trying to get back to it. It's just taking a long time to get there. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you guys for a good stream today. Today's stream was absolutely fantastic. We had a good one. A lot of people showed up, had a lot of fantastic talks and things of that nature. Even though for some odd reason I streamed longer and I don't feel as tired as I did like yesterday. I got done with stream. I went straight to fucking bed, dude. I'm not kidding you. I got done with stream, and then after I got done with stream, I was like, I'm gonna go lay down. I was in bed at like 8 o'clock last night. I was smoked out. So anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys have an absolutely fantastic rest of your weekend. If I don't catch you guys before next week, you will see me in a video next week. Look forward to it. It's going to be a long one. Video is likely going to be like an hour or more, potentially. I'm going to see if I can try to like skim it down a little bit. Personally, I don't want to make an hour long video, but I don't know. I guess we'll see what's going on. But anyway, thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for all of your generosity and your time. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. I will catch you guys next week. Stay cool. Stay